Saturday, January 14th. Hope you guys are having a good weekend. This is just a late night hangout. We're not going to be doing a lot of work talk unless you guys insist. So grab a drink, grab a smoke. Let me know how your weekend's going. Did you see a movie? Maybe we'll still be live when you're rolling back in from the club for you late night folks. And in the chat, if you want to join in tonight and say hi to the folks, let us know what's on your mind. I just dropped the link, so make sure you have a phone, a tablet, something with a camera on it, or if you have a camera on your PC, that works too. Click on the link, and I'll see you in the back room, and we'll get you set up. Don't feel pressured. It's just if you want to hang out and have a shot with me. Yuka, good evening. Blazin, Chuck, Juicy, good evening. Christian Princess, Dots, Captain Arma, Blazin, I don't know if I said your name already. John's Touchpad, good evening. Batar, good evening. Shin Kyoku, Barry Electronics, Physiologist 72, good evening. Vince D, JM, Dr. D, LA, James Harris, good evening. Low Boy says, finally able to catch you live. Yeah, it's been a while, Low Boy. Is it just conflicting schedules? You've been working a lot early doors. What's going on? Real Justin, good evening. Prometheus, how you doing? Later start than usual. We had a long day, not doing anything particularly interesting, but then I got Scarlett out of the house and we went and got some grocery shopping done, a few quick errands, stopping at the store. And then I think I finally ate dinner around 9:30. So here we are, though. Felt like having a cigar and a drink. And she wanted to watch a movie that I didn't particularly care for. I tried to get her to come on camera. She's just not, I'm not feeling good enough just yet. She's in a little bit of shoulder pain this evening. So she's going to go lay back and take some Tylenol. And she poured herself a glass of Bailey's. Vince, what's going on, buddy? Brett, thank you. Thank you for tuning in. I'm here for you guys to the best of my ability. Scavenger, join in. I'll send you a link if you want to. We're not talking any heavy duty stuff tonight. Just chilling, sipping on a cold one, and hanging out. As you know, for the next couple months, probably our weekends out are going to be curtailed while the lady heals up. Low Boy says he's in bed by 7:30. You know what I hate, guys? This happened to me this morning. Waking up at 5:30, 6 a.m. on a Saturday morning. Why? Why does that happen? My body clock it refuses to admit it's a weekend. I've been up since probably about 5:30 this morning. Not very happy about that. I'd love to sleep in till 11 at least one day a week. Coke and Woodford Reserve. Jason, that sounds excellent. We stopped by the store. What was it? Scarlett wanted to pick up some, it's a cocoa liqueur or some shit that she buys. And I picked up a bottle of Glenmorangie because my bourbon's almost gone. So that'll probably last me a few more live streams, and then we'll crack open the scotch. So tonight it's bourbon and cigars. Lauren says here with D and Robbie. Hey, Lauren, what's going on? Robbie, how you doing? D, good evening to you. Good people. Lauren, Robbie, and D. I hope you guys got a drink poured. Our Baglio says, get an extra day this weekend. Yes, that's right, guys. If you have not been made aware yet, don't forget, Monday, the markets are closed. You get a 3-day weekend this weekend. Make the most of it. We were going to go try and see a movie today. That didn't work out with Scarlett being in pain and some other things that we had going on, but we did got some things straightened up around the house today. So we made productive use of the day. Casey Shaw, what's going on? Casey woke up around noon. Hey, Casey, if you want to come in and say hi to the folks, let me know or scroll up. I'm going to put the link in the chat one more time for those that are just joining in. This is open mic night, guys. All I ask is if you're going to come in, that you have a device with a camera on it, so we don't have any trolls. And if I know you, like if you're a well-known faceless person like Doc Zeno or Pantheon, and you want to come on, as long as I know you, then that's cool. There's the link if you guys want to join in. Casey, are you? Is your wife working tonight, or she worked this morning? Robbie, thank you, amigo. Robbie, I need to get you on the show one of these times and have a chat with you and the folks about entrepreneurship. If you're interested in doing that, text me or drop it in the chat. There are a lot of folks here that want to know more about my businesses, and I'd like to have some other guests talk about your businesses too. That goes for any of you, actually, that are successful entrepreneurs, or maybe you haven't had successes. Maybe you have some lessons you can share with people. Any of you. I've had businesses that have worked and ones that haven't worked, and we'll be talking more about those in 2023. Alexandra, good evening to you. DevStat says, I'm well known and a big deal in my head. What's up with the power spent? What's up with the power? Oh, no, it's Saturday night. If you're asking about, are you asking me, Jason? I don't like a lot of lights on the Saturday night, if you're asking me. All right, Dr. D, I see you in the back room. I don't see a face yet. So get squared away where we can see you. Get your device situated there. Ron says, have I checked out G-Sun? I've got my cryptos tab open. Let me check G-Sun. Or you're not talking about Genius, are you? Golden Sun Education Group? No, I have not looked at that one. Ralphie says, tip, don't hire lazy fucks. All right, Dr. D, can you get your phone centered a little bit on your face? Oh no, I'm trying to reignite my cigar. There we go. I think I might be getting low on butane. All right, my friend, let's do a sound check.
Check 1 2 1 2.
All right, we got you. How you doing tonight?
Hey, am I on here with the infamous Tony Denaro?
You are on live, my friend. What's on your mind?
Oh my God. You know, I portray to the Stella Etrus. So if the crowd hasn't tried it or thought about wanted to try it, it's a nice roll. That's all I got to say about that.
Love me some Stella.
Hey, there you go.
I'm still listening, but I'm going to slide over and grab my butane.
10-4. I just wanted to open by saying, I appreciate all of your work. I appreciate all of the master work. I check in with all the time. You know, you guys are doing hard work, and you're not technically getting paid for it. And I'm sure there is no amount of compensation that can pay KC for what he puts in every week, just to put it out there.
Yeah, I appreciate your sentiments. I'm sure KC does too. Massalorian, look, yeah. For those of us that are doing this more or less full time, you know, I'm not on camera near as much as KC, but the amount of work that I'm doing off camera, looking up filings and reading stuff and answering questions from people,
Sure.
It makes it all worth it to know that you guys are getting some value out of it. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. I would like to start with a statement.
Sure.
Although, you know, gee, I started like 3 years when, because I know the day I started on this journey that we've all been on, and that was the day that the loan started. So
yeah.
I mean, come on, we've been there through all of it. And you got to admit that the strain, the work, and people telling you that you're crazy and what are you talking? Why are you doing this? This is, they can't comprehend. But we're all a part of a group. We're all helping each other. We know what we're talking about. We've done the work, and in fact, even though the work continues, even the due diligence has been done, there's still a lot left that has to be exposed.
Yep. I don't know if you guys all have seen that the Wall Street video that I put up on my community tab on Twitter. Maybe I can drop a link. Maybe I can drop a link in the chat.
Sure.
But I did watch that finally today, and I'm telling you guys, you need to spend the hour that it takes watching this video. If you have any doubts that there is corruption going on in the stock market, we all know there's corruption. And you know, my general advice when you're trying to make money is understand the field that you're on and play by those rules, right? If you are going to go up against the corruption and the manipulation, you could be in for a very long fight, right? So some of us have chosen that fight, but I want you guys to watch this video because it will really cement home the amount of malfeasance going on, the years and years and years of evidence and stuff that they talk about in this video. Give me just a minute and I'll drop a link in the chat. I gotta find it.
Well, you know, everybody has to, that we're taking on master criminals. These guys have gone to all the best schools, then they take the best and bring them in, stretch the best, right? And, you know, and then, okay, now we're going to train them how to steal money. These guys are not going to go quietly.
Not only are they hiring the brightest and the best straight out of college, they're hiring people that came from the SEC. You know, they're hiring people that had career in politics, and if they're not hiring them, they got them. If they're not hiring them, they have them on the de facto payroll by donations. So
their uncle is a senator a certain
Yeah. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Their
My daughter
cousin.
works for you. My
Yeah,
daughter works for you while I'm sitting
their
on the Senate Finance Committee.
their cousin's brother, stepbrother, and is the CFO of a certain, yeah, come on, get real. It's all of everybody already knows it's all about connections, but especially here,
My thoughts on all of
especially here.
my thoughts on what you're saying is basically the way I boil all of that down is, guys, sometimes this is a hard battle to fight, and you
Oh, it's
better
gonna.
have the patience. You better have the patience and the gravitas to see it through if that is your fight. If that is the fight you've chosen, it's not going to be handed to you easily.
Oh no,
And
I
if you don't
I
if you
have
don't
my
like
own.
that kind of fight, there's plenty of day trades, right? There's plenty of stocks you can hop in and out of. But if you chose that fight, just know it might take a while.
See, that's kind of my theory about what happened to a few of the early YouTubers. Trey, in my opinion, just speculation, Trey thought if he exposed all of the corruption that he would be heralded some kind of whiz kid, great person, and he would have a parade and be heralded as like Neil Armstrong or something. And then when that did not happen, because people are paid not to pay attention or enforce the rules, he lost his crevasse. He thought what was going to happen did not happen, and then he just kind of said, I can't,
I think he
this is
had
not how it turned out.
he had good intentions. He just
Oh yeah.
underestimated the amount of years it takes to make meaningful change. I mean, we have professionals,
Brain
Wes
professionals.
Christian, Susan Trimbath, you know all the names, and some people in Congress that are fighting for change. But like they said on the Wall Street conspiracy video, one of the guys in there towards the end, he said it's going to take another real collapse to have any meaningful change. And I've been saying that to you guys for a long time. Like, what do I think is going to force the SEC's hand? Another collapse until something breaks, and they're so embarrassed. They're going to drag their heels.
I mean, my opinion of the SEC has completely done a 180 in the past 2 years.
Yep.
There's a black hole. A black hole. And what do black holes do? They suck in gravity and all matter, and nothing can escape, right? That's pure science. So imagine a black hole of the DTC, the SEC, the hedge funds, and the market. Doesn't matter what rules the SEC creates. No one's there to enforce the rules.
And even if they have a rule, they have the sharpest and brightest minds to figure out the gray area between the rules. Like, this is not going to be an easy fight, guys. I don't want to sugarcoat anything. I mean, if you're still here, you know this by now, but I just say this to you. If you choose to stay in this fight, you got to have the patience to see it through. Let's let Yuka get a word in here real quick.
Yeah.
Stay on camera. Do I call you Dr. D?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Stay on camera. We're going to let Yuka say hi. What's up, amigo? Good to see you in person.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to say hi.
Happy Saturday. What's on your mind? How's your weekend going?
Working.
Working.
Just
Let's
here at
see,
the
you're
LA.
in California, right? LA?
Northridge.
What's up,
Have you
amigo?
met Javi and Pam?
You know what? We have not supposed to meet up, but I think she had something that came up. So met her yet. But she's out here.
All right. Well,
she
hopefully we'll make it out there to LA one of these months this year, and we can all hang out and have a beer.
Stop by the shop. I'm here, at my business.
Do you own your own business?
What do you do?
I have a trophy shop and a small print shop. That's where I'm at right now, finishing work.
Yeah, I would love to stop by when we make it out there. Thank you for all your support, by the way, for this channel and for everybody else. I literally see you everywhere. If I'm watching someone else's live, you're right there. And on behalf of everybody, thank you for your support.
Yeah, I definitely, I enjoy the community. I love everybody. So much fun. It's like family that's not close, but it's like a whole, it feels warm when I go in the chat and I see everybody. It's like really nice.
That has been one of the best things. I used to do trading by myself before I turned the camera on, and I would text a few people every now and then, but this is, getting into YouTube has really opened up a bunch of new friendships, and I appreciate each and every one of you guys, and I've enjoyed getting to know you over the last 18 months. And hopefully, for those of you that choose to continue trading when we get back into the bull market, we will make this a long-lasting friendship. I'm sure some of us will. Just got to hang in, guys. We got a little bit more bear market to get through.
A lot of people have seen the movie The Big Short and drawing parallels between what happened back then and what's happening now are obviously consistent. But what people maybe don't understand, read the book, is that those guys worked on that stuff for 3 years.
Exactly. Yep.
3 years. 3 years holding their positions, waiting for what they knew would happen. So I mean, technically, right on schedule. Where for all the people who I'm gonna drop out, this is it's not the movie. The movie took an hour and 20 minutes, but those guys paid fees every month for 3 years to spot, because they knew eventually, because the math did not lie. And just like then, as in now, the regularly the rating the bonds, they weren't paying attention. They were collecting fees and making their client. So I feel comfortable holding. I know I'm partially in the red, but I know there's 4 or 5 million other people around the world who are probably in the same spot I am. But you have to understand, that movie took 3 years.
It's hard to get the scope of that by watching a 90-minute movie. But yeah, I mean, even Steve Carell was in that movie, right? The Big Short.
Yeah.
His, in real life, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember reading his biography, he was one of those guys that was by himself picketing the New York Stock Exchange on a daily basis saying, this is corrupt, things are not right. That guy put in the work. He put in the work, and he had faith in his conviction. And I have no doubt that there's manipulation, synthetic shares, corruption, operating within the gray areas of the law. We just have to choose to either have the patience to see the battle through, or if you don't have the patience to do that, then don't try and fight them. Just play with them in other plays, because there's a play of the week every week. That's up to you guys to decide, right? Some of us do both. I do both. I'm in AMC and GameStop for the battle, but I make my money on other plays.
Well, you can always see that there's some other play coming up this particular week that might pay off today, in 2 days, or at the end of next week. And if you have capacity to do that, that's fine. That's fine. No one's trying to stop you. If you think you can go and hit those plays and make money, that's fine. But as far as AMC, GameStop, these meme stocks, I mean, come on. There has got to be a reason why all of these TV shows are blasting us every day. These guys have been insulting us for 3 years.
I get it when it was at 70 and 60 bucks, but I mean, the stock's at like $4 or $5 right now, and they're still saying, oh, it's a horrible investment.
Oh, it's a horrible thing. Yeah, but have they covered yet? No. They continue to lie. They continue to hide their FTDs, and it's obviously that they're running in circles or paddling, trying to pretend that they don't cover. And they've obviously been working very hard around the rules to continue to dog paddle, but they're running out of money. Clearly, the banks are out of money. The bond market is out of money. Housing prices are crazy. Where are the money to continue holding a position where the interest, I'm probably not saying that right, the cost to borrow is 300%.
Yep. Let's talk about that for a second, because Christian says,
okay.
Christian Princess says, how are they able to get away with not covering for so long? So guys, just to walk you through the mechanics of shorting real quick, and if you want to really get educated on this, you should ask your broker what you need to do to get approved to short, so you can understand from that side of the fence what it's all about. Scavenger, you got your camera, so I can add you to the chat. Remember, when you short, guys, whether you're a hedge fund or a retail trader, you're going to get paid the day you go short. You guys realize that, right? You're selling something, so you get paid. And then you have a debt that you owe, and you hope that it falls so you can pay back a fraction of that debt. You just need to return the same amount of shares. So there's no pain to them to hold a short position other than the interest rate.
Right.
And as far as retail or institutions, I don't know how often the interest rate on institutions recalculates. I don't know that because I'm not an institutional shorter. I could probably find out. But a few $1,000s a day might be a drop in the bucket for them if they've got millions of shares that they're short. So it all depends on their risk calculation and how low they think they can get it down to. And don't forget, when we say the shorts haven't covered, shorts cover every day, guys. You see shares returned on Ortex every day, right?
Right.
when I look at have the shorts covered or not, I'm never thinking to myself, they've never covered. Some of them
They've
are
just,
covering every day, but they reestablish new positions,
oh yeah,
or there's
they,
new shorts that come in. So I look at the percentage. What is the percentage of short interest?
okay. What, yeah, they buy only to cover previous shorts and then open new positions.
If I was playing it as a short, I would short it down till I think it's so low that it can't go any lower. Wait for
Yeah.
a run up, and I would cover, wait for a run up, and then short again and try and ride it back down. And a run up for them could just be $1. Remember, these guys buying, shorting millions of shares, they're okay making 5 cents or 10 cents on a short. They're not going for 10,000% like we are. If they make 100% on a trade, you just earned yourself a trip to the Caribbean, courtesy of your boss.
Right.
You know.
Well, it astounds me with their velocity of perpetuating their position. But then I have to remember, oh yeah, there's no pushing. There's nobody holding them to the rules. That is the black hole. Nothing escapes. So until literally, I think a catastrophe has to happen in the monetary system, could be because, in my humble opinion, I think the hedge funds have drawn down or drawn in all of the banks so much that they have said, hey, you want to hedge, you want a margin call me? Okay, guess what? Right after you margin call me, you're broke. And what is your plan after that?
Yuka, what do you think about the crypto prices running up in the past 2 days?
I don't know. It's like all of a sudden, why? It's kind of sus. Like maybe they're just trying to pump it so they need money buying, and that's what I'm assuming. I don't know.
How about you guys in the chat? Let me know what your thoughts are on why crypto is running. I'm looking at Bitcoin right now, 20,692. Ethereum, 1525. Bitcoin ran up all the way to what? 20,763 is what I'm seeing. Oh, wait, I'm not zoomed out enough. It went up a little higher. 21,285. Early doors this morning.
And maybe they scraped together a few bucks and bought a bunch of calls, and then went in and kind of pumped it up a bit, and other people joined in, and we got calls. Thanks for the bonus. Have a nice day.
I see a lot of people sharing my thoughts that this is a fake pump. I see a lot of your comments there. I don't know if this is a fake pump. Other possibilities I was thinking is that someone ran out of collateral to keep shorting it, or someone got margin called. You know, there's a lot of people that short crypto. We have some that in our Discord that short crypto.
Okay.
And then, so maybe that's what got it started. And then you add a little FOMO buying into that. And then as it goes up, just like with stocks, you take out other shorts that were in a little bit higher. But we're at this level right now where I feel like we could see a dump all the way back down. I see a lot of you calling for a dump on crypto in the chat too. Six Sun says it's moving up though.
I know crypto is not going to go away anytime soon, but there's so much that has to be fixed in the general market. I'm sure that the big coins will probably survive, including Bitcoin, because there's so many firms that are still holding Bitcoin, the huge firms. It's not going to go away in any true sense, but that's not what we need to worry about right now. We got a boatload of other problems to handle our situation, to make sure that we have the largest possible chance to get to where we need to be as far as our plays, and then crypto will have its moment potentially.
I see Scavenger and Sixum both say it's going to keep moving up.
I say to the people who are comfortable with crypto and have done their work, a stronger understanding of what the potential is for various coins, I wish them all the luck in the world. I thought it was hilarious how Kenny took out FTX in one fell swoop. Kenny wants to be in charge of crypto because he thinks that that's the future, and he might know better than I do, you know.
Hallie, I see in the chat we have not talked to MMTLP yet, but I'm going to drop the link one more time if you want to come share your info with everybody. Let me drop the link in here for you. I'd rather you tell the story than me.
Yeah, I'm holding MMTLP as well.
You're holding. Did you get your next bridge? Did you get your next bridge shares yet?
To be determined. So I guess or something. It's just I have Webull. So Webull is saying that they're there, waiting for, I guess, next bridge to get on the shares. So I'm just being paid. I have nothing.
I heard that the transfer agent had the paper shares and that they were distributing them to the brokers to mail to you guys. That's the last that I heard.
I heard that too. But mail, like in the mail?
Yeah, and then I'm seeing that some of the brokers are saying, okay, we've got your shares ready to mail to you. It's a $385 fee, and we'll get those right out to you. What the F? Come on, man.
Yeah, it didn't say that when, in the everything. Yeah, I thought it was going to be free.
Hang on one second. Hallie, let me turn on the Discord chat so you can just drop in that way. Hang on one second. Go to the Drunken Sailors room. I'll go in there. All right. We have a weekend voice chat room we call Drunken Sailors because in that room you can curse.
Okay.
All right. Oh, he's on Restream here too. Okay. What's up, amigo?
Hey, my friend. How are you?
Good. Tell us your MMTLP news for everybody.
Yeah. So this is actually all developed, I think, in the last, trying to get my head around it. I'm kind of getting bits and pieces of what's going on, but I haven't yet on it. So, folks, to kind of give you a bit of background. I actually a company called Scotia I Trade up here in Canada. In Canada, we have a very small community when it comes to brokerages because we don't do payment for order flow up here. So the banks and like a handful of others like Questrade. So I bought MMTLP in the run up. I sold a chunk of position, and I kind of joke with Tony when I know Tony. Don't hold on to that rocket too tight. And I'm like, hey, I'm playing with house money here, so but I have a small little position. It's 150 shares, and I have a Scotia over the last couple of weeks, and I asked them. I said, hey, can you open a KDC? And they kind of pushed back, and then they finally did it because they realized it is their fiduciary as my broker. So that part's been all handled. That case has been done. Going up to like Friday yesterday, I looked at my account and it's still contra stock under MetaMaterials. So just for last, I looked in my account and all of a sudden that MMTLP has been changed to NextBridge. Everybody's kind of losing their minds. And I joined a couple of space calls today and they were talking about it is of $137.73 per share. Now getting all ramped up because this one, and this is to my knowledge, and even from the day that Scotia is the only one that's received NextBridge shares, and it's something possible dealings in Singapore. And that's all I've got so far. This is all literally just happened. And I think you've seen videos popping up on YouTube from who are really devoted to this stock. They're putting out shorts like, hey, don't get all worked out. And Canadian firm reported a value. So it's really fresh, Tony, and I don't think anybody's included.
So weren't they supposed to mail you paper shares? I'm kind of curious why it showed up as NextBridge shares in your Scotia Trade account.
Yeah, that was my assumption as well in talking to Scotia, was that the pay sent out to me once all the disbursements been done. Basically the notification to say, hey, do the magic back door to basically, and then I was supposed to get them paper mailed. So this is kind of a big development, kind of struggling to get their head around, like myself included, because it's like, why is my firm the only? John Berta was on a space call. And I guess for those that don't really know, MMTLP, CEO of Torchlight, that was involved in the deal that created these MMTLP not supposed to be traded, but were. But he was mentioning some of the because he does have a dossier that he can't share publicly. The only Canadian mentioned was CIBC, and he was talking about like ones that had significant position over 900,000 shares. But he was talking about, hey, here's how much TDs and so on and so forth. And I think this is what's taking everybody by surprise, is never came up on anybody's radar.
Were you able to look
Which is
up
kind of
Were you able to look up that merger news that I asked you about?
Yep, I actually found the document, and actually there's one news article I find more documentation about it.
All right, your audio is a little bit choppy, so
yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not in a really good spot. I wish I was at my, unfortunately, the best I have.
All right, so I'm going to keep up with you. Keep sending me info as you got it, and if there's any news that I can share on a video or something for folks, then I'll be doing some updates. But
the next step to me is honestly and I had my own kind of trading plan within that MMTLP was going to go to the moon, and it's going to be tens of thousands of dollars per share.
That was your trading plan?
No, mine honestly was I was like, if it hits $100, I'm pulling out at that point. So my next steps is on Monday to see if I can gray sheet it and see what they say, because that was the other thing that was going around the sheet. They're contra shares, but they weren't allowed to. Now this is a legit share to open an opportunity on the gray market.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna follow it again to the extent that I can. I don't do full-time coverage of MMTLP, but I am following it specifically for the lawsuit that they have going on right now, and just to see what happens, because this was a very rare type event in the stock market, and it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out. I wish you very good luck with that trade.
Oh, thank you. I'll keep you up to date. Again, I'm not going to stay on here too long because I don't have the setup tonight to really do you guys justice. I'll let you guys know what's going on and what my DD comes up with.
All right, my man.
All right.
Thank you.
See you guys.
Have a good night.
You too,
Maggie, how you doing? Doc Zeno. By the way, guys, we've affectionately renamed Doc Zeno to Adam Aaron. He's probably going to be embarrassed that I'm saying this, but he does live right outside Leawood, Kansas, and he does seem to be everywhere in AMC streams. So, Adam,
okay.
I'm gonna give you an affectionate hello, Adam, and can you let us know why you sold to Antara at 66 cents? If you can drop that in the chat, we would love to know the real reason, and how much dilution should we expect if a yes vote carries the day here in the coming weeks. I know that's a lot of questions, but if you can answer that in the chat, we would all be most appreciative. I have no idea, guys, if he's Adam Aaron. I'm just saying he lives right outside Leawood, Kansas. And you guys know he's in all the AMC chats. So.
I personally would only have one question for the real Mr. Adam Aaron.
What is that?
My question is there going to be a space between between the two processes? We have a 10-for-1 reverse, and we're going to add APE to AMC. Hey, history has told us that both of these processes take time, not jump through hoops in or 2 days or 3 days. So I think what I would like to see in the proxy is that we're going to put APE back into AMC. We're going to wait 6 weeks and make sure the paper worked and that it came out exactly the way we wanted it to come out. And now, since it's approved, now we will do the 10-for-1 reverse split.
I understand your question. That's why I keep on urging people to wait till we see the proxy statement before we form any real strong yes or no opinions. Let's wait and see the proxy statement and get those questions answered. Yuka, do you want to take this question from Jorge? And I'll give it a whack too. He says, what do you think about the Bed Bath & Beyond bankruptcy potential? I'm going to add that word in there because I don't think they've filed yet, right? They've warned.
Right.
Is the stock will turn to penny stock? What do you think, Yuka?
I think it's going to go down. I was in it last Friday, and I should have taken profit.
You didn't take profit?
I did not take profit. I lost some money, but it's okay. That's how I'm gonna do a
screen share with you guys while you're talking. Hang on one second.
Yeah,
if I can.
Okay.
I usually, it is what it is. But I
if you
think it's
guys
gonna.
were, go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, I have a feeling. I mean, it's gonna. I think that last run up. That's it. My opinion, though. I mean, unless something.
If you guys were in my stream on the, I think it was the 11th, I said, you do not want to be holding this stock once the needle of death presents itself. Now we're on the hourly chart. We're on the hourly chart here. You see this needle right here? This is what we call the needle of death. This is the needle of death. If you're still holding at this point, in my experience, and guys, I can show you 50 different plays that look just like this chart. Once you see a run up from nothing all the way up, and then you see this big needle, this is typically shorts getting burned, being forced to cover, and that typically starts dropping or sometimes elevator ride all the way back down at that point. So I want you guys to memorize this picture. Go look at all the other plays that you're bag holding and see if you can find this picture in them. Because I just want you to memorize this picture and look at 9 or 10 other plays that you know that were recent short squeezes or FOMO run-ups. Almost all of them have this. And once you see this, if you're still holding and you have any doubts, if I'm in that trade, I'm getting out. If I screwed up and didn't sell right here, I'm getting out in the next few minutes or the next hour after this. And typically what I see is they'll run all the way down to one of these moving averages down here, and they might get a little mini pump, a second little bounce off of here. So this would be $3 to $2.60. You might get another little bounce. So if you now I'm not saying hold it all the way down because it's probably not going to bounce all the way back up to $3.70. But if you want a second chance to play this, there might be a bounce like off of $2.60 where you can make a few pennies or 50 cents or $1.
Right.
So this is what we call the needle of death on this channel. And Super Steven likes that term too.
That was just the shorts covering. I don't think retail. I mean, it just kept dropping.
Once it starts coming down, once this happens, new shorts come in, Yuka. They know this pattern too. So there's going to be heavy shorting. It is still high cost to borrow. That's why you could get another bounce because the shorts that are holding it, I know them. I know what they're thinking. It's going all the way back down to below $1 or below $1.50. If you get a bounce, some of them will get routed out. But I don't think at this point you're going to see a bounce over 580 again, or even over $5. That's just my opinion, not financial advice. You guys do your own trading plan, but you're here to hear my opinions. I don't think you'll see a bounce up to this level again. This company is going to file bankruptcy. The bounce was based on news that they're getting a bankruptcy loan. That was no news to justify this kind of run up. It's just retail getting excited and the talk, and they love a good meme stock. But you don't want to be in this stock if they file Chapter 11. Wait for it to go all the way down if you want that play. Just my thoughts, not financial advice. I'm more cautious than most people. You guys already know that. I don't like getting in the way of a Chapter 11 train.
Yeah, I mean, Bed Bath and Beyond has been a part of this whole meme movement for quite a while. But personally, even at the beginning, I could not see how they were going to pivot as a company to get back to a place where they could tread water. The fact that it's running up now, right at the end potentially of their life cycle, is encouraging probably for the people who have been holding for a long time. And I feel great for them. Same time, I'm also glad that I didn't buy a ticket for that particular train because personally, I'm kind of surprised that they've survived as long as they have so far, and that it didn't surprise me when by the shorts, because your whole company is based on soap and towels. I mean,
it's tough. It's tough to make a profit in a big box store, and they made a mistake of over ordering inventory because of the supply shortage right when the recession hit. That's what fucked them over.
Yeah,
and
I heard they.
Go ahead, Yuka.
Yeah, no, I heard they have like warehouses, they're just paying for storage, and it's not selling. So I mean, they had to shut off like the AC. They didn't have enough money, I guess, to pay the electric bill back in.
Okay.
I heard that. Yeah.
So they're in trouble. Well, definitely.
Let's see what their short interest is. George is saying BBBY has a better chance to squeeze than the AMC. The short interest percentage is 38%. So that is almost double AMC. And the cost to borrow is, where is it? Average 375%. This is why, yes, it is difficult to short this stock. I'm not saying the play is over. There probably will be a second bounce at some point.
Okay.
But I want you to be cautious in this play. And I know people in my Discord made money in the run up and they got out. They locked in the games. We're always looking to get in early, get out early. Congrats to you guys that did that. And I know that Juicy sent me a message that he bought puts close to the top and rode them down, and he made 300% writing those puts on the way down. Congrats on that. All I care about, guys, is that you make money and that you not bag hold stuff. Not bag hold stuff. Look, everybody's bag holding something, but we don't need to be bag holding everything.
The one mantra that I use when I buy any stock is, the last question I ask myself is, okay, for this particular company, should I buy in? Okay, who's coming after them? What company is who is challenging Tesla? Who can challenge Tesla? They're making rockets for the government. You, me, and everybody else we know cannot conceive of a company that is going to come up from behind and challenge Tesla. Okay, so let's ask that question of Beth Bad BBBY. Well, who's coming after them? Target, TJ Maxx.
They don't exactly have what we call a moat, right? It's an easily replicatable segment.
Like everything that they don't sell, that they plant in the fall, eventually shows up on the shelf at TJ Maxx. I I guess I should be buying TJ Maxx. Hello? TJ Maxx has survived everything, and I think they're not going to go away. So they are obviously and Target and what? Home Goods? Home Goods is an offshoot of TJ Maxx. Yes, everything that you want to buy at Bed Bath and Beyond is Home Goods 6 months. Obviously,
Yep. Hey,
why would I buy
hey,
Bed Bath and Beyond?
Yuka, let me ask you, let's go a different direction for a second. Yuka,
Yes, I'm here.
do you like yuca frita?
A little bit. Yeah, I do.
Do we have any yuca frita fans in the house? And what do you like better, yuca frita or fried plantain?
Oh, that's a
I know that if your name on YouTube was Plátano Frito, you know, that might have been very difficult for people. That's probably why you chose yuca.
you know, I like it's. I mean, well, yuca, it's like very like starchy. It's like a potato. You know, of plátano frito because you can, you know, eat it with beans and rice. And so,
Okay, next question: Plátano Frito or Maduros? Which one do you like better?
well, it's the same thing. You're talking about maduro, where it's like boiled.
I'm talking about where
Right.
you take the fully ripened plantain, where it's almost black, and then you cook it, you skillet cook it till it's caramelized and crispy and yellow. And
I've had it like that. They're the same thing, but different, prepared differently. I like
it's the same thing, but it's a completely different taste in the mouth.
Yes, you're correct. I would.
The Maduro is my favorite, just because it's sweet. But I love me some yuca frita with a good sauce and salted plantain, fried plantain also.
You can boil it. There's people that boil the they put it in like a soup.
What is that called? I'm trying to remember. In Puerto Rico, it starts with a G. The soup that has fried plantain in it. Someone will help me out in the chat, I'm sure.
Who's Puerto Rican?
Huh?
In Puerto Rico, you said?
Yeah, there's a dish that they have. I think it's got plantain and salted cod. I can't remember if the salted cod is in that dish or not, but anyways, where are you from? Colombia or Venezuela? Where?
I'm from Nicaragua.
Nicaragua. Okay.
Yeah, I've been here since. I mean, I immigrated, so this is my country. This is where I grew up. You know, I grew up in Hollywood High, and then I moved to the Valley, and then that's where I'm Northridge.
I see someone said mofongo. I love me some mofongo too. That's not the dish I'm thinking of. I'm thinking more it's sliced plantain with some peppers and sofrito. Bacalao is just salted cod, and I don't know if that is served on this as the main dish with this other one. What the hell is that shit called? It's been a long time since I've been married to a Puerto Rican yuca, so my memory is failing me.
Tony, that is so funny.
Really? Married? You were married?
I was married to a beautiful Puerto Rican girl. Yes.
Wow.
But back in the day, right?
Back in the day, we all have one of those, right? We all got one of those in our past.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But my son, my son that's in business school right now at UT, he's half Italian, half Puerto Rican. By the way, I might have him on. He and I were actually doing some due diligence together this weekend on the phone, going through financial statements, because I'm really good at eyeballing financials, and I can look at an income statement and a balance sheet and figure out within a couple seconds if a company's doing good. But cash flow, since I just don't focus on them a lot, he's like, Dad, that's like the number one thing you should be looking at. I was like, I know. I've been beefing up on my cash flow statements for the past week. And he and I were going through some stuff. But I hope to have him on sometime. He's in his he's in his second semester starting of business school at UT Austin.
Okay.
And so he's taking accounting and finance and all that stuff. And he's really, really good at accounting. He's not going to be an accountant. I don't think he's quite decided what he wants to do yet. But he said he was in the top 10% of his class in accounting for freshman year. Wow. So I'm very proud of him, if you can't tell. He's going to do well for himself.
Excellent. Excellent. He should do well.
Maggie, thank you. Scarlett is in a little bit of pain today. I took her to the grocery store. She was walking around, and we came home, and she said, I'm really in pain. My shoulder hurts. So I'm going to take a couple Tylenol and pour myself a Bailey's and just go relax. She had an invite to come on the live. But
here's a Tony trivia question. What was the name of the blonde girl that you had come on your show? Alex. We need an Alex.
I know.
We need an Alex update.
I actually talked to Alex this morning on the phone. She's going through some personal stuff, so I don't know when or if we'll get her back on. But if I can, I will.
Do we have to take up a donation? We need an Alex update. Your fan base is crying out, and the only word they're thinking is Alex. Where is Alex tonight? We need her. We need her to come on and fall out of the chair one more time to make our lives complete.
I talked to her.
That's all we want.
I talked to her a couple of weeks ago. I said, Alex, where have you been? Like, people want you to come back on. She's like, I can't come. She said, I can't come on at night anymore. I got a new job. And I was like, well, what are you doing? Why can't you come on at night? She's like, I'm a bartender. So that's what we got. That's what we got to work around right now.
That just gives us one excuse to have a late night Tony Denaro episode. We need Alex in our lives again soon. We need to pump up these ratings now.
You guys were up until what time for like New Year's Day, New Year's Eve?
That wasn't New Year's. That was a couple months before New Year's, but we were up till she fell out of her chair. I don't know what time it was.
Yeah. I was watching that stream, but I went to sleep and I woke up. You guys were still streaming. I mean, obviously wait, but you guys were still streaming.
I rarely go to sleep early, Yuka, just to be honest. Even if it's a Saturday night and we're just hanging out having fun like this, or it's a Tuesday night, I'm always up late. So that was nothing unusual for me.
Right.
Yeah. I usually just the best sleep I ever had. I mean, when I sleep, I don't like going beyond 6 hours. I don't know about you. How many hours you think is the best?
I mean, ideal for best health is 8 hours, but normal for me is about 4 or 5. And I don't like that. I don't like that at all. But I try and wake up, as early as I can when pre-market is open, just to see if anything's popping.
True.
And if it's a completely dead day, if I wake up at 5 in the morning, if nothing's really going on, I'll just go back to sleep till 8:30 when the market opens here.
How graphic or how big? Now, but this is pure speculation.
If I just stopped you right there, I don't even want to know where this is going. But carry on.
What do you think? How big of a bomb is Wes Christian going to drop on us? Because he obviously knows his stuff, and the video that we all saw this week, he seems pretty proud of his work. So, do you know anything? How big do you think it's potentially gonna be?
Yeah, it's pretty funny because I retweeted some of Wes Christian's stuff this weekend, like the interview that he did with the CEO of Genius, and then the Wall Street conspiracy video. And it was funny, the comments I got. Guys, I try not to take sides on anything. Like, I try and stay in the middle. And I know I'm doing a good job in the middle when things happen like what happened when I tweeted that stuff out. I just tweet stuff out, right? I don't give you much opinion on Twitter, but I had people hating on me for promoting Wes Christian, which I didn't. And I had people on me for, what was the other thing they were saying? That I was trying to discredit Wes Christian. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Like, I took one sentence that he said in a 30-minute video, and I said, I agree with this sentence. And all of a sudden I'm promoting him, or I am trying to discredit him. Like, how two different people can come to these wildly different conclusions is beyond me, other than we got some crazy fucks in this play.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
We got some Looney Tune clowns in this play. I just found one sentence that I agreed with, guys. And you know what he said, and then I'm going to get to your question. What he said that I agreed with is something I've been saying for a long damn time, is that companies need to fix their fundamentals, because that is why you're being shorted. And if you expect to go in front of a judge or jury, they're going to look at your fundamentals and say, well, you're probably being shorted because your fundamentals suck. And the best way to get the shorts off your back is to fix them. Wes Christian said that. I'm quite sure that the folks that share Intel would say the same thing. Like, some of these companies create their own problems by losing money. Do they get manipulated and shorted and naked shorted? Absolutely. But why? Because they're losing money hand over fist. So to answer your question real quick, and then I'll let you talk. I think Wes Christian can uncover a lot of good things. He's got a long history in working on this sort of stuff, and he's had some successes. But really, the question comes down to not can he uncover stuff, but is it usable material? Right? He could have all the evidence in the world, but you go to court with a company that has falling revenues and falling earnings, like GTII, CTRD, Finger. I mean, whatever. If the company is on a train wreck, a train ride down to the pink sheets, it's because of their financials, and the shorts are just taking advantage of that. The company's fundamentally got to change. And that is one thing about AMC that I like, is that the fundamentals are on the uptick, right?
Right.
It's not this train ride down into hell. Are there challenges? Yes, there's challenges. But we're not on the train ride down to hell like some of these other companies. So what Wes Christian is going to uncover or unveil, I don't know. I just said in the Discord a day or two ago, I'm considering taking a flyer on some of these companies like Created and GTII and Finger, if they drop a little bit more, just in case. Look, there's no investable thesis for these companies. They're all trash. Sorry. I'm just being blunt. But I will, as a momentum trader, if they drop low enough, I might grab a little bit just in case Wes has a press release about one of them. It's not going to change the fact that they're trash, but it will be the retail FOMO play that I'll be in for. You hear what I'm saying?
Yep.
All he's got to do is mention the ticker and it could double. If it's at 40 cents, it could go back up to 80. That's what I'll be in.
Okay.
That's what I'll be in it for.
Okay. The next question, well, for a particular company, XYZ, well, that hedge fund also offer them some kind of bridge loan before they started shorting them.
All right, so we've been talking about this. I'll share my thoughts with you, and let's take the word hedge fund out of it. Let's just use the word institution.
Okay.
If you're a company that has bad credit and bad finances, who are you going to go to for money? I want you guys to think in the worst times you've ever had in your life, and I've had friends like this where your credit sucks, your job sucks, you're out of money, you're extended to the hilt. Where do you go for a loan? Tell me a name of a place.
Well, the normal would be a bank, but maybe that's not
No,
an option.
A bank's not going to give you a payday loan. Where do you go?
Okay.
You gotta go to a shark.
You go to a payday loan place, right? You go to these payday loans that charge you 100% per month, right? Because you take it because you know you're going to get fucked, but you have no choice because you got to pay your electricity bill.
You're right.
Right? All right. So I just want you to keep that example in your mind. If you're a company with wrecked credit, bad finances, falling revenues, falling earnings per share, and you want to extend your life for 6 more months on the miracle that things could get better, you're going to go to the hard money lenders in the world of finance.
Right.
And guess who that is, guys? The hard money lenders. They're also the guys that will short you in a heartbeat to protect the loan they just gave you. It's not that they're trying to kill you, but they might want to kill you, but they're also going to protect their investment in case you keep going down. They're going to be short to protect their investment because that loan that they gave you, that bond or whatever, is going to fall in value as you continue to fall into the pit, the pit of despair.
You know, I think Mullen is that bank. They gave them like the loan. They were also shorting it because of that. It
happens all the time. But it's because these companies are forced to go to the hard money lenders, and those guys have no soul.
Absolutely.
If you had good credit, as a company and you had smacking 5-star financials, you're not going to go to the hard money lender, and they're probably not going to short you. But a lot of these people, these companies are stuck in a really bad situation, just like the single parent that's behind on all of their bills by 3 months and just needs to keep the lights on. They're going to go to the payday loan place. It sucks, but some people get trapped in that scenario, and companies do too.
Interesting.
And the other thing that I just want to point out, because a lot of people say, well, why is Antara shorting AMC? All right, let's talk about that for a second. This is not new news to anybody who follows the stock market or people that buy debt from companies. If you go into a high interest rate environment like this country's in right now, what happens? Bond values start falling, right? Especially corporate bonds or risky corporate bonds, which AMC is in. If you are the bondholder Are you just going to watch your bond value get evaporated 60% and do nothing? Would that be smart Wall Street finance? No. What would you do to protect that, guys? You would short the company so that if the stock price falls, you make money on the way down. Are you trying to make the company fall? No. You're hedging your investment, your bond, by going short. This is a very common practice. Some people say they're trying to short the company to the ground because they want to own it. Maybe some of them are, but they're also just at a basic level protecting their investment. I want you guys to think about that, because not everything is evil. Some of it is just basic finance. Is some of it evil? Is some of it evil? Absolutely.
Half.
Yeah. I mean, if you're a debt holder and the company goes bankrupt, you got first dibs, and then you can restructure the company and take it public again. Some of that goes on every day. Absolutely. I'm not saying that's not happening. I'm just saying there's multiple factors at play.
Interesting. I didn't think about that aspect previously, but I'm pretty sure you're right on target there, because it makes sense.
I just try and think about everything. Like, I don't look at everything as a conspiracy. I try and think in terms of finance. I try and think of terms of hedging. Like, these guys do not want to lose money. We might ride stuff down 80%. They are not going to do that, guys. They're going to hedge everything. And if you're a bondholder, you're going to hedge by going short or buying puts. Taking a loss is not acceptable to them.
Can I ask one question?
Yep.
If Adam Aaron is pruned for one reverse split, why 10? How about 2 for 1? How about
all right? So I got
5 for 1. We still get our shares, so that when we want to sell, we have more than one chance to hit the sell button. Because once the squeeze starts happening, how many real chances are we going to have to hit that sell? 10 for 1 reverse split might only get chances to sell, and I don't like that.
I understand the concern, and I'm not going to minimize everybody's concern about your number of shares getting cut, but I focus on my overall position has not changed. Even though my shares went down by 10, my price went up by 10. So the day after the reverse split, for me, nothing's changed. I'm not worried about the reverse split as much as all the reverse splits and penny stocks. Why do they keep falling? They were going to keep falling whether they reverse split or not, guys. These are trash companies, these penny stocks, Zila and the like. They were going to keep falling whether or not they did the reverse split. I can promise you that. The reason they did the reverse split was so they didn't get delisted. The reverse split did not make them fall. They were already going to fall. But so I'm not worried about the reverse split. I made a video 5 days ago showing you companies and market cap similar to AMC that did not fall. Half of them went up. Half of them went up. Some of them fabulously after a reverse split. But
I saw that.
But why? Because they changed, something fundamentally changed, right? If you're a trash stock, a reverse split is not going to stop anything. With or without it, you're going to keep falling. But if you fundamentally change stuff, you can change the direction of your stock price. So I'm not worried about the reverse split, but I am worried about the dilution. The dilution that is coming, whether it's APE or AMC, is going to drive the price down more than likely. More than likely, statistically speaking, A dilution event will drive the price down.
Well, I am not so much as concerned about the dilution because I know that's going to happen after the reverse. My concern is the ratio.
All right.
What's my share count? And then potentially, even if the price does go up, do I have to sell? And what's wrong with a 2-for-1 or a 5-for-1 instead of a 10? In my mind, 10 means that since we speculate that there's synthetic shares all through the market and through our account, it sounds like a cleanup operation that helps the hedgies.
I think that this is just my guess.
Okay.
That the 10-to-1 is to get the float down to a really low number.
Yeah.
Because the lower the float, first of all, we don't know when he's going to do more dilution, but by reducing the float, the shorts position is not changing, just like our position is not changing.
Right.
If you own $10,000 worth of AMC, you're still going to own $10,000 worth after reverse split.
Right.
If a short is short 10 million, he's still short 10 million after the reverse split. But what changed? Now he's got less shares to go pry out of your hands to close his position.
Okay.
And hopefully, if you stay in the play, you view those fewer shares as even more precious than when you had 10 times as many. Do you see what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
Now, yeah, there'll be people flushed out of the play. Retail will be flushed out because they get scared. They don't like the reverse split, whatever. There's going to be some selling. And if there's dilution, there'll be more risk of selling. But for the people that some people will view them as even more precious and say, I had 1,000, now I've only got 100. Fuck no, you're not taking them. So the shorts got to fight for a lower float. And the higher that reverse split is, the lower the float. That's one take on it that I'll just throw out there for you to consider.
Okay.
The other point is the higher the reverse split, then the higher the price of the stock will be. So let's say after the reverse split starts in I'm throwing out a number, 50 to 60 range, and he does an immediate dilution, he has a chance to sell less shares at a higher price. Versus if he did a 1-for-5 split to lock in that same amount of money in a dilution, he'd have to dilute twice as much and get half the price. Yeah, the math all works out the same, but
right.
But I think that's what they're thinking. Look, I'm not a finance guy. I took a finance class 30 years ago, but he has guys that are advising him on this stuff. I'm sure there was some thought that went into it.
Well, I understand that the reverse split will move the decimal point to the right, and that now, I'm just two things. Is what's going to be my share count, and how many times or how many chances will I hit the sell button? I decide to do it. And when I heard that 10-for-1, just with basic grade school math, I said, like, well, that's going to kill my share count, and I've already paid full price for that number in my account. Now I have to hope that it hits at least a high of a price.
Look, I'm going to stop you there because I want you to do the math on a piece of paper. It's just as easy right now for AMC to get $20 with 1.5 billion shares out there of AMC and APE as it
Yeah.
is to get to 200 with 10 times less the float.
Okay.
Neither one is going to happen without some sort of catalyst. Be that catalyst a market event, a short deciding to close, some news announcement from Adam Aaron. But I don't want you to discount the fact that the float is 10 times less. That's what people are just skipping over. $20 right now is the exact same fucking thing as 200 after a reverse split. It's the same math in terms of amount of dollars needed in the market to move it from one to the other.
Okay.
Do it yourself on a piece of paper in the morning when all of us are sober. And by the same token, by the same token, a short that goes short 1 million shares today at $5 will make the exact same money going short at 50, shorting 100,000 shares because the float is 10x. There's no advantage to them. There's no advantage.
Well, I'm if not for myself already done the math, I understand the concept, but also there's probably a lot of people out there that haven't through that step yet either. So it's great that you provide this kind of education so that everybody a better understanding of potentially what will happen.
Yep. We look, guys, we all know hundreds of stocks that tanked after a reverse split, but I would bet you that of those 100 of them that you know were penny stocks. Go watch my video from 3 or 4 days ago, please, if you haven't watched it yet. And I see people go in the comments on that video and say no reverse split has ever worked out. Like, tell me you didn't watch.
Not true.
Tell me you didn't watch the video without saying I didn't watch the video. I showed you where 50% of them went up after a reverse split. That is
exactly.
It's a complete falsehood to say all reverse splits are a failure. All reverse splits and trash stocks are a failure because the reverse split was irrelevant. They were going to keep going down anyways.
Okay.
You got to have
plus,
you got to fix the fundamentals. That's it.
Plus, that resizes the fact that I want a month between the two processes that we have the greatest potential to have the best result once we do the reverse. I mean, after 3 years, everybody wants to have confidence in the process. So once the proxy comes out, if it's very exact in the process will actually happen, I think that will help people come to a stronger choice.
Candace says what Dr. D is trying to say, with more shares you can sell more times. Look, if you're going to sell 100 shares as the price is running up, now you just sell 10. It's the exact same thing, guys. The volatility or the amplitude and moves because of the lower float should be increased after a reverse split. But all of that being said, I don't want to sidestep the fact that I expect dilution, right? We're having this conversation theoretical about reverse splits as if nothing else is coming. I'm pretty sure some dilution's coming. And so you got to understand what I'm saying when I'm talking about reverse splits is in a vacuum of no dilution.
Okay.
All right. If there is dilution on AMC, a lot of what I'm saying is going to be muddied by that. There could be some push down. Shorts are waiting for dilution more than reverse splits.
Oh yeah. Well,
Why are they doing that? Because that's a whole fresh batch of shares for them to dilute with. I'm not ignoring that, and I'm not going to come on here and tell you guys to ignore it. I want you to be aware of it so that if the price goes down, you know what's going on. Now's your time in the next coming weeks to decide if you want to stay in this play or not. I'm staying in. Like, I'm in for the ride for the company to improve the fundamentals. But in saying that, I'm putting a lot of trust in the management to do the dilution correct this time. They fucked it up with APE, in my opinion. They waited too long. They didn't capture it on day 2. And so it remains to be seen. I can't tell you guys what's going to happen. Other people will try and tell you what will happen. And I respect their right to voice their opinion. I cannot tell you what will happen. I know that statistically after dilution in the short term, you can have some downdraft, but in the long, I'm more focused in the long term on this play.
Do you think in the proxy that they will give an outline, admit that the dilution will come after the reverse? Will they
I don't know.
give us a timeline?
We'll find
on
out.
that?
We'll find out in a few weeks. We'll find out in a few weeks. I don't know.
Because obviously it's important. Just saying.
I don't know. But that's why I don't want to answer specific questions about how to vote until I see the proxy statement, because with those clues should be in there. And if they're not, when I see the proxy statement, if I have questions, I'm going to hit Adam Aaron up with them.
Yes, please. Thank you.
I'm not giving him a hard time right now, because what am I going to give him a hard time about? I haven't seen the fucking proxy statement.
Yeah.
But I will give him a hard time if the questions I want answered aren't covered in there.
I mean, yes, he's smart enough to know that after 3 years that's what we're thinking about. So logically, he should not be vague on these talking points. We've done our homework. That's done. Explain your timeline if you want the best outcome to happen about your plan. It's really, that's, in my mind, that's simple. If this is his plan, then he has to lay out a timeline. Please.
What are you thinking, Yuka?
What do you think, Yuka?
Well, I'm reading the comments. Well, I know that, Adam, he can't say a lot, because I mean, there's people that they're gonna run with whatever they assume they heard, that he can't say much. So, in the play for as long as it takes.
Yuka, do you think that Adam Aaron is conspiring with the short hedge funds to bankrupt the company?
I don't think so.
Why not?
I just don't. I guess I'm a good. Why would he? I mean, what's the point? I mean, he's a lot older. I mean, it's gonna smear his name. I mean, doesn't make sense to me.
My answer to why not is he's had a million chances since 2020 to bankrupt the company.
Yeah, I mean, wow.
If I analyze his actions, all I see is somebody fighting to save this company. I don't know how anyone could look at everything he's doing and say, I mean, all he had to do was nothing and let the company go bankrupt if he wanted to hand it over to the bondholders. He could have just done nothing. It would have been easy. Just step aside, let it happen.
I mean,
Why would
he's
you
closing
think
down.
it?
No, he's closing down theaters that are not performing. I mean, he's you have the potential of growth. So I mean, just that alone, you can see he's trying, you know, to leave when he leaves his seat. That, you know, for the next generation, I guess, the next people that are going to come in and continue.
This is just my opinion, and I don't mean to offend anybody, but I think the people that are making those accusations have finally come to the realization that, you know, what we've been saying on this channel for a year, that this play might require some patience. They're just coming to that realization, and they don't like it. They were, you know, they were told by every other YouTuber that the MOAS was coming tomorrow because of catalyst A, B, C, or D. They're just now coming around to my way of thinking, and they don't like it. And they don't want to blame themselves for listening to all the clickbait and bullshit. And so they'd rather blame the CEO. And I don't mean to hurt your feelings by saying that, but you guys were listening to the wrong people. You weren't tuning into this channel long enough or early enough, because we've never used the word MOAS. We've never thought that Adam Aron was conspiring to bankrupt the company. We've been analyzing Adam Aron's moves to fundamentally and logically improve the company, and that just sadly takes time. And then on top of that, we got hit with a recession. Which increased interest rates and made his ability to make other moves even more difficult, and took money out of the stock market and dropped everybody's stock price. Whether you like it or not, AMC and GameStop are not a hedge for a falling stock market. When a stock market falls, everything fucking falls. I know other people have told you different. Not on this channel. I have not told you that. I've told you exactly what to expect. So why am I so zen about it? Because this is exactly what I've been saying was going to happen since November of last year, even before then. Welcome to investing.
Yeah, volume helps everybody. It helps every stock in the market, and it helps us. It helps our play. A rising tide raises all ships, and as far as I've seen, whenever blue chips rise, AMC has a pump. So the market makers definitely have a hand in that, and you shouldn't think otherwise, you know, because there's also a lot of money on the sidelines that is not involved in the market, that was pulled out just over the past year. And they are at the controls of that, obviously. So that's another weapon that they have. I credit KC Shaw, because he over again, volume is everything. Volume through the market, and the control of volume and the flow of orders into the system can control the price. Bottom line, hour by hour, day by day. So right now, a lot of people have been pulling money out of the market. That's also a problem that we're gonna have.
Let me ask you guys a question real quick. Can you hear if I do a sound effect right now? Let me know if you can hear it.
Okay.
Anybody hear anything?
Nope.
I think I gotta do the share system audio. Hang on one second. Stop screen sharing, share screen, window. Where is share system audio? All right, I'm going to try this one more time. Yeehaw! Did y'all hear that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. The only reason I'm asking that is because I see some people wanting someone banned. So I'm going to let y'all put I'm going to let y'all put a torch in the. I'm going to start the drums, and you can torch someone. You guys know the drill. But meanwhile, I'm going to answer Ralphie's question. Blame Tony when nothing happens after the split. I don't know what you would blame me for, guys, because I'm not predicting anything other than if there's dilution, the price is statistically going to go down. What do you want to blame me for? I'm not making any predictions other than the company needs to fundamentally improve, and that's probably going to take a year or two. If you got an argument with that, let me know in the chat. This is not a channel where I'm saying a reverse split is going to mow ass the stock. You got the wrong fucking channel. I'm saying the company needs to do dilution to raise money, and if they do it correctly this time, which they did not do with Ape, they can increase their cash position, pay off some of the debt, and improve the fundamentals, which takes some of the target off of the back of the company for shorts. That's what I'm looking for, but that is putting a lot of trust in management. We will see what happens. All I see is a bunch of torches. I don't see anybody saying save Ralphie. Ralphie?
Karen, bring me your torch. The tribe has spoken.
The tribe has spoken.
It's time for you to leave Ape Island.
Bye, Felicia.
Bye, Felicia.
Thank you, Ralphie.
Absolutely.
Thank you for playing,
They
Ralphie.
will not survive if they don't pay off their debt.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't continue, if they don't do something, whether it's raise money with Ape or AMC, it's a really risky proposition to go into 2023 with the risk of the new COVID, yada, yada, yada. A smart CEO is going to be planning for worst case, not just assuming the best. And the problem I see with too many YouTubers is they're only looking at the best case scenario. Look, you're a YouTuber, you're a Twitter influencer. You are not the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar company, and you will never be one with that attitude that everything's going to be fine no matter what. Because I believe, look, they got to plan for everything, guys. I get it. You're confused why the company or any of us might be worried about the company running out of cash. It's because we are realists and we look at the entire set of possibilities. Now, we're optimistic that the company and the movie industry is going to do well, but if COVID-23 hits in March and they're not doing anything right now, this company's toast. If they're not raising money right now and COVID-23 happens in March, you can kiss AMC goodbye. I will be selling the day they shut everything down. I will promise you that right now. If they did nothing right now, that's just facts. And they are looking in the executive suite at all of the possibilities, and they're being proactive and they're being smart. You might not like it, but that's their job.
You have to emotionally think about these two situations as separate animals. If a squeeze happens to happen and you happen to be holding shares, you will benefit from that. Period. You are not in control of if the squeeze will happen. That depends upon volume and 20 factors, all of which you have no control over. None. None. The other separate issue is, will AMC survive? You also have no control over that. Sure, you can go to movies, but you know only one sure. If they don't pay off their debt, they will not survive. Period. And you can buy tickets, you can buy popcorn. If they don't spend their money wisely in whatever situation that they create, the company will not survive. And that's the only thing you know for sure, and you have absolutely no control over that. Period.
To your point, I cannot come up with any number of ticket sales we can do in the next 5 years that is going to pay off $5 billion in debt.
Correct. Probably not.
Ticket sales, right? Ticket sales and concessions. I cannot crunch the numbers to come up with how we're going to pay off $5 billion in debt. We're going to be lucky to get profitable by 2024. And then you can start tackling the debt, but they're not going to pocket $1 billion a year in 2024. Credit cards and popcorn, yes, that will add to the bottom line. But look, if you're in this play and you choose to be in this play, you need to realize the company financials and what they're going to need to do. And that's either more dilution in APE or more dilution in AMC if all the votes are yes. That's the play you're in at this point, guys. If you're in it for a MOAS, dilution is not great for a MOAS. I'm sorry.
No.
And I understand that hurts a lot of people's feelings, but times have changed from 2021. We're not in the same play anymore. Now, if corruption were to be unearthed and brought into the press next week, yeah, things can always change. Things can always change. Any unknown catalyst can happen, but I don't wake up every day analyzing all my positions based on an unknown catalyst happen. That's just a bonus for me. And I've said that for the last 18 months.
Whatever West Christian plans to put out there, I am starting a campaign right now. When he's ready to present what he's found, I want two things. I want a Jon Stewart interview, and I want a 60 minutes interview. In fact, you know what? It might take the whole hour, but I want him on for one whole hour to explain to the American public, who 90% is completely in the dark,
Or
about
Charles
how they're.
Payne. Did you say Charles Payne?
No. West Christian. Well,
Get him on Charles Payne. Get him on Charles Payne. That's much more impactful than Jon Stewart, I think.
Okay, fine. But I want a full hour on 60 minutes because
Awesome.
I know that will reach an audience.
I think we have a shot in the next couple of years of unearthing manipulation and illegality. I'm not expecting it to happen tomorrow. If it happens next week, that's great. But these things take a lot of time. So I will keep on pushing. I'll keep on pushing for market transparency and more transparency for retail and to unearth all of the illegality going on. But I'm under no misconception that I can make it happen tomorrow or next week or this month.
Mm-hmm.
It's a long play.
It has a long play, and I appreciate you get a chance to come on and ask my silly questions here in my my cubicle. So many other YouTubers, but I'm running on 2 hours and I garbage, Tony. So
I appreciate your time, guys.
God bless.
You coming on.
Keep up the good work. pure fan, 110% appreciate everything you do for us foot soldiers out here in this slog towards happening in the midst of a market that is obviously controlled and manipulated by professional criminals. But that's my
Amen.
opinion.
Amen. I agree with you. Guys, this is
God
your
bless.
night. If
Have
you
a
want to
good
come
Saturday
on,
night. Huh?
thank you for coming on. Thanks for spending some time with us. I was saying
God
to
bless.
the other folks in the chat, you guys are welcome to come on. I want to hear from you. Whether you agree with me or not, it's cool. Just be respectful. If you're here to troll, you'll be booted immediately. If you have reasonable questions, we will try our best to answer them. Mud Puddle says, I hope Wes Christian doesn't get Epstein. Yeah, don't we all? Steven, if you want to come on, let me know. I see Yuka's back. What's up? All right. Move your camera just a little bit, Yuka, or I can actually do this. There you go. Hey, I like your background there. What do you got over your left shoulder on the wall?
I'll show you. These.
Ah, nice. Are you a DJ?
Hi, Jay. Back in the days, I still have all my equipment. I used to DJ at Claire in Hollywood, and I still have that passion. I still have, I have all of my records here.
Very nice.
All of my there's just a few, and then I have a lot more at the house. But
legit, this man's legit. Is Paris Hilton a real DJ?
Oh. I don't know. I have no idea.
Every now and then, I don't know how these show up in my feed, but I get these suggested videos of fake DJs, and they show DJs like the equipment's not even plugged in.
Oh yeah.
Or they're like pretending they're punching buttons, but they're not doing shit. You know, the camera from the back shows they're not actually doing anything.
Yeah, that whole industry changed. That whole yeah. I mean, I used to DJ, just with a turn by the equipment. Where
it kind of reminds me of some YouTubers covering financial stocks and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. It's exactly right. It's fake. The new equipment, it does it all for you. Like you don't need to do anything anymore. Skills back in the days, but now it's just like it's fake.
Yeah, I love it when people call me fake, Yuka, or say they're telling him stuff in his earphone. They're telling him what to say. Guys, I come on here and answer questions on the fly all day, every day, and nobody's telling me what to say. I only have these because the rabbit ate my speakers. The bunnies, Scarlett's bunnies. By the way, I got mad at her tonight, and she wasn't really happy that I got mad at her, but I found out that the bunnies chewed up the cords on my my Bose surround sound system in the living room. So now those bunnies have cost me about, I don't know what those cables cost. They're like 40-foot cables.
They're expensive.
But I'm thinking that the total that they've cost me is over $500 now. Uh-oh, we lost Yuka. Anyways, the saga of the bunnies continues. Jordan says, let's be honest, these are pretty soft, low-hanging questions. Ask me a tough one, Jordan. Ask me a tough one. I don't know everything, guys. I'm not an accountant. I didn't work on Wall Street. Just a guy that has an economics degree and a a minor in business 30 years ago. It's been trading for about 30 years. And I love reading and learning and doing due diligence. So I will always answer to the best of my ability. And if I don't know, I will tell you I don't know.
Yeah, and there's so many new YouTubers, like so many new, and then they're trying to promote, there's just like before when everything took off with AMC.
Yep. All right, we got Andrew and Yuka's back. Yuka, you keep on dropping. What's going on? What's up, Andrew?
Yeah.
Hey man, how's it going, guys?
Doing swell.
Yeah.
How's your weekend going?
It's not bad. It's not bad. What I don't hear a lot about is, I mean, I hear it from some people like Bigums, but like, again, this is not financial advice, and if you're in the play, you're in the play. But I like going to the movies. I like buying some popcorn. I like supporting my company. I think the people that everyone wants to get a moonshot, but if you actually like the company, you might not financial advice, you might want to spend money at the company.
That is an excellent point. In fact, you guys know Phil for real, and he called me this afternoon and we chatted for about 5 minutes. And thank you, Phil, for that. I saw you in the chat earlier. And one thing that we were talking about in our brief conversation is he asked me, why is it that all these fucking YouTubers and people on Twitter that are supposedly either hating on or they were in AMC and now they hate on it, or they're in AMC and making videos about it, why do we never see them going to the fucking movies? Why do they never post anything? Like I try and tell you guys and post when I'm going to a movie and give you a movie review. I think there are a lot of grifters in this play that are just in it for themselves, for views. They have no real investment. I actually like movies. I like the industry. I've taken acting classes 10, 12 years ago, nighttime classes. Everything about it fascinates me. But people get mad at me because I like movies. That's like getting mad at a gamer for covering GameStop. Like, why are you hating on me because I like movies? All of a sudden, I'm a shill. So the gamers covering GameStop are shills too by a corollary action there. I just don't get it. But why are they not calling out the people that are putting out 10 videos a day, yet post never one time any evidence of going to movies? Andrew, I could not agree with you more. Where's the evidence, guys? Show us your A-list membership.
That's a good point. Actually, I just renewed mine. I didn't know it was like, I thought it was 12 months. I guess it expires at the end of the year. I went to the movies the other day, and I was like, why am I paying a concession fee or whatever, the service fee? And I was like, oh, I guess it lapsed, so I renewed it.
Yeah, I actually don't even utilize all the benefits of A-list that I should. I get 3 free movies a week, and I'm lucky if I have time to see one movie every 10 days. But I just do it to support the company. Just like I was telling Phil, I do that with all the companies that I own or owned. Like there have been times where I don't own it right now, but I've owned McDonald's stock. And fuck off if you think I'm going to go to a Burger King when I own McDonald's stock. I'm going to go to McDonald's.
Touche.
If I own Ford stock, that year I'm going to buy a Ford truck. That's just how you got to support the companies you own stock in. So for all of you that are making AMC videos, I want to see your receipts. You don't need to show me your shares. Show me you're going to the fucking movie. Show me your A-list. Show me you bought a mega bag. Anything.
Get the blue Avatar popcorn bowl or something.
Exactly. I don't get it, Andrew. You bring up an excellent point. And
Well,
one that many of us talk about offline.
I'm excited though to see what I guess this reverse split ends up coming to, because I guess the thing is we don't know though what
Nobody
it's-
knows. Anybody who tells you they know is blowing smoke up your ass from either side. That's why I'm staying in the middle right now, because nobody fucking knows.
Well, I saw the little link. I clicked on it. I didn't actually know if I was going to be on your video, so that's kind of cool.
Welcome. Good to
Thank
meet you in person.
You too. Yeah, man. I think I guess another point as far as spending money at the movies is like I'm a frugal person. I would say hopefully most people, they're not just like throwing money out the window, but I do want to support the companies that I'm invested in. So I'll go to the movies and I'll do this and that, but whenever they have like the discounts, like recently it was like you spend $40, get an extra $10. I loaded
Yep.
up on a few $100s worth because I want to support the company, but hey, let me get a good deal on it.
Can I tell you something? You get a ton of benefits from being an A-list member.
Mhm.
Every dollar you spend on tickets and concessions, you get these bonuses.
Yeah.
And when I go to a movie and I've got $50 in credits from my A-list membership and I can get all my concessions that day for free, I actually feel bad about it, Andrew.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Because
I'm like,
I'm getting all that, all those popcorn and Coke and pizza for free.
I thought about that the other day when I did the 50% off the Impossible Nuggets. I finally redeemed that. They were pretty good. I'm not gonna
They
lie.
were pretty good.
Those
Yeah,
are surprisingly good.
I've been working my way through the menu. I've always been like a Diet Coke and popcorn with butter guy, but now that I've been in AMC, I'm like working my way through trying every single thing on the menu just to be more knowledgeable about what they offer and how good it is.
Absolutely.
Those Impossible Nuggets, especially with the barbecue sauce, they were legit pretty good. And I'm not a soy person.
Yeah, I got I think it was what was it? Honey.
Oh, now we lost Andrew. I don't know if my stream, maybe my stream is just not that strong tonight, or if it's the people joining in.
Sorry about that.
You were saying you had what, the honey mustard?
I had the honey mustard sauce and I was like tempted to get the barbecue sauce. You said it was pretty good?
It was good. Yep. I tried one without any sauce just to see how it tasted, and it wasn't bad. And then with the sauce, it was like, I would have thought I was eating a chicken nugget, honestly.
It was, I'm telling you, it was good. It was good. Man, well, like I said, I didn't know I was gonna actually be on the video. I'm gonna cut it short here. I'm gonna stay watching, but gotta clean some dishes I gotta do.
All right, thanks for popping in.
Take care.
Danny says, Tony, that free soda and popcorn doesn't cost them that much. I know. It only costs them pennies. But I guess I feel guilty, like that was profit margin that I could have gave them that day that I didn't give them. But I'll be back. There's plenty of days where I spend, if I'm going to a movie, I won't eat that day so that I can have my meal at the movie. Does that sound stupid? Maybe to people that are really bearish on the company, but I got to eat that day anyways. I'd rather buy some popcorn and some real main food and have my food allocation that day go to AMC. That's just how I do it. The bunnies are chewing the wires to the Wi-Fi router. My Wi-Fi router for the computer is right here on my desk, and the wire goes straight out the wall, so they can't get to this. Novocaine says some people are talking about paying. Excuse me. Some people are talking about paying off AMC's debt directly. I wonder if there's a vehicle where investors could put into a fund to replace AMC's high interest debt. That's a good question. I don't know, Novocaine. And how would they coordinate that? How would they coordinate paying back millions of people? I don't know. That's something for you guys to dig into and see if that's even a possibility. I think, if you're tired of buying shares, if you've got enough shares, the best thing you can do to support the company is go see a movie and buy some concessions, because all of that goes straight to the bottom line. Oh, Yuka says his phone battery's dead. Jorge says, Tony, according to your experience, what would be your best investment strategy to raise $5,000 US dollars to 100,000 in a year? Ooh, Jorge, that is by any measure of any reasonable investor, that is a tough call. I mean, most of us are happy on normal investing to get 20% a year. So the bulk of my portfolio is in long-term plays where I'm expecting a reasonable return. I do not YOLO my entire portfolio to try and turn 5,000 into 100,000 in 1 year. It's just not the basis of my portfolio. Now, I did really well when AMC ran up back in 2021. But those are corner cases. I don't expect every single year to be able to do stuff like that. I think the reasonable thing to do is have a risk diversified portfolio of blue chip stocks. If you're really, really a newbie, put it in mutual funds, but most people find that boring. Most people that are watching YouTube find that boring. I get it. Put the bulk of your money in blue chip stocks. There's a lot of beaten down ones right now. And I take a percentage of my portfolio and put it in speculative plays. And I consider AMC, GameStop, Highcroft, Mullen, all of these companies with questionable financials that we think will squeeze based on either corruption being unearthed or retail FOMO. That works for me too. I will be in those plays and try and buy them as cheap as possible and sell them on any run-ups. And then if they come back down and I still like the stock, I will rinse and repeat. You can make a lot of money doing that, but don't put all your money in one play, would be my general advice. And if you're buying after it's already running up, scale down what you're putting in. If you got in early, okay, put in 10% of your portfolio and get out early. If you saw it too late, scale back what you're putting in and watch it like a hawk. No bathroom breaks. You got to be ready to punch that sell button. If it turns the wrong way, take 10% loss, take 15% loss and get the fuck out. The worst thing you can do is lose money. Keijin says, why doesn't AMC join the enemy and start their own streaming service? They have a streaming service, Keijin, and it's not working out. So they are saying that they're going to probably close that down. Not enough people watching. It's really, I'm aware of it from their app, but I haven't used it. It's just so easy to turn on my TV and I've got apps right there. I don't know, guys. Do you have an AMC app loaded on your TV if you've got a smart TV? I haven't checked. Grandpa Barney, what's up, amigo? He says Steven is on his way live. Thank you. All right, I'd like to get Steven on here. Yeah, every now and then I see Juicy says plays like HKD. Every now and then we get in these plays that run up more than we were expecting. As long as they're running up, ride that wave. HKD was a great one. DWAC was another one that I made a lot of money on. AMC was one that I made a lot of money on. But these type of plays where you can turn 5,000 into 100,000, you got to have the luck of the gods to get in early and then the patience to ride them up, and the intelligence to get out at the right time. That's a lot of luck is involved. I'd rather just hit a first or second base run every week and stack those up throughout the year. All right, Yuka, when you get your technical difficulties fixed, let me know and you can come back on. Jeff says, can you explain shares available to borrow versus ETF shares available? As far as I know, Jeff, there's many sources of shares available to borrow, including ETFs and institutions and brokers. And all of those add up into the shares available to borrow. I don't know if I can explain the difference any better than that, but all of them are sources where you can borrow shares. You can even short an ETF. If you wanted to short AMC without being detected, you could short an ETF that AMC's a position in, and then go long every other play in that ETF. That's another way they can hide stuff. It's complicated, it's cumbersome, but they have many ways to short stuff. Eddie says that Richie is campaigning to boycott all AMC theaters. Like, you may as well just put a knife to your own throat, Eddie. Tell me you sold without saying that you sold. How can you own a stock and then openly call for a boycott of the theaters? Like, that dude fucking sold, or he's the most idiotic person on the planet. Sorry, Richie, as an Italian, you know that I love you, but that makes no sense to any person with common sense. Saying I own the stock, but boycott the theaters. Come on, man. You obviously sold, or you have zero intelligence. $17.96. Patriot says, sounds like BBIG and Mullen both screwed the pooch this past week. I haven't looked at BBIG, but Mullen, don't forget, in about 10 days, they have a shareholder meeting coming up, part 2, the reboot from last month, where they're going to vote on reverse split and a dilution. So I still have not bought Mullen ever. I'm waiting to buy in at, what did I say? I think I said 15 cents pre or post split. And because I think that once the reverse split and the dilution sink in, that I'll be able to pick it up really cheap. In the meantime, should I have bought it at 20 and rode it to 40? Absolutely. I was just in my mind, I'm saying I'm going to buy it at 15 cents, and I didn't buy it at 20. My mistake. I don't get everything right. WV says, what do I think about GTIV CRTD? GTII CRTD. I think, WV, that I'm going to watch it with interest. I don't trust any CEO, not one. And I have a little concern in the back of my mind that they are using this merger news and hiring Wes Christian as a ploy to keep retail interested in their stock. All right. Brutally honest. That is my concern. However, that being said, if they move forward with a merger and you get these stocks cheap enough, you will get a retail FOMO run up on that. So I'm not discounting that as a possibility. Both of the companies' financials are a bit of a wreck. Let's be honest. Jeff says, very curious why Hollywood has not promoted this whole theater debacle. I've said the same thing. I agree with you. Steven, what's up, amigo?
Hey, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Nice to see you, everybody, tonight. I didn't even know you were online. Hey, Yucca.
Hey, Steven.
How are you doing?
Nice to see you. Great.
What's on your mind, Steven? Give us some good news.
Good news. Avatar is about to hit 1.8 billion worldwide.
Booyah!
Megan has crossed, I believe, 10 million in profitability. Good news. The movie Plane is expected to exceed expectations. Good news. There's about 5 movies that just came out that cost very little. So as you've always heard me say, when movies cost little, that's good for AMC because they can turn a profit quickly.
What do you think about? Are you watching GTII and CRTD? Did you hear what I just said on them? And do you have any thoughts?
No, unfortunately not. I'm sorry.
All right, let's talk about BBBY because we got another question. We talked about it earlier. I'm going to put the screen up one more time. I know you like the phrase "needle of death" also.
That's right. I invented it.
Let's talk about BBBY for 1 second. I already gave my spiel. I'm going to let you say it in your own words, which I'm sure will be the same as my own words. But tell us your thoughts.
Echo, you first.
Oh, I lost money. So, yeah, I should have known exactly what Tony had. That's the needle up there. And I should have gotten out, but I thought it was when it started. When you see those 2 candles, I was like, okay, here we go. It went right down, and it's a good lesson, though.
Stephen, tell us about the needle of death in your own words.
And
tell us about BBBY and their potential to run up to $100, like people are saying.
Oh,
yeah. I gotta be nice, with BBBY, because I know a lot of people have probably recently lost money on it. See, here's the thing: their financials are just a disaster, and I know a lot of people don't take the extra step to go and look at the financial statements. But even if you didn't look at those, you would still know that their store is going through a lot of problems. First of all, just walk into Bed Bath & Beyond. The employees look like they hate their job. The managers don't know what they're doing. They're sitting on a ton of inventory. They're not ever really selling anything. And then when you go to buy something, it's like overpriced. And in my opinion, charging MSRP for household goods, it's a losing battle already. So their whole business model is really hurt by overpriced inventory, and Amazon essentially took a huge chunk out of their model. So from the get-go, it's in trouble. Then you look at the executives, and they're quitting left and right. Ryan Cohen came in on the board. He tried to make a change. It seemed like he thought he would have a lot more influence on the company. Am I getting distorted?
Yeah, your audio is choppy.
Okay.
A little bit.
I'll be back.
Is Steven using Massalorian's internet? All right. He's going to try and fix it and come back. Basically, if you didn't catch that, he's saying their financials are wrecked and the stores are empty. I know, guys. I know. We all know that this is a meme stock favorite, a retail favorite. But on my channel, in my Discord, we don't look at stocks like that. If you ever consider joining my Discord, you're going to get a harsh dose of reality, like real investor talk. We don't analyze stocks in that way. We analyze them the way any real investor would. Now, do we recognize that retail loves these stocks and we can make money on FOMO run-ups? Fucking A. Yes, we do. And we make money on that. But we don't hold these stocks for ridiculous price targets. We call out the needle of death and we say, when you see it, get the fuck out. That might be harsh for some of you. That might be might sound bearish, but it's just investing 101. I'm not married to any stock. I'm looking for opportunities. And some of the people in our Discord are looking for the needle of death to short. When they see that, that's when we know to go short. Now, I don't short stocks, but based on the hundreds and hundreds of examples of this exact picture, this is when you know to short. Because you can make money, guys, on the way up, and you can make money on the way down. But you got to know what you're looking for. Grandpa Barney says, King Jeffrey can't comment. Can you check on when you get a chance? What happened to King Jeffrey? Ask King Jeffrey. I don't block people. Maybe one of the mods did, but if you can, if you're on Twitter, send me a DM with a link, a URL link to your YouTube channel, and I'll check. I got to have not your channel name, the actual URL to your YouTube channel, and then I can go on my phone. It's a very convoluted process to see who's blocked because I have so many trolls blocked. I have to have the URL, and then I can check it.
What's going on?
If you don't have Twitter, Grandpa, if he doesn't have Twitter, let me know, and you can share my email address with him. Smooth Operator, I see a notice from Streamlabs that he's a member for 5 months supporting the channel. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate every single one of you with a badge next to your name for helping keep the bills paid. And for those of you that are just here hanging out, we appreciate you too. Every view counts. Every comment counts. Every share counts. I know I'm not for everybody, guys. I get DMs all the time. Tony, I just wish you'd be more positive and not talk bad about the clickbaiters. I got to be me, guys. Got to be me.
You're honest. People don't like honesty.
They don't like it. And as long as, half the people are telling me half the people are always telling me I'm being too bearish. He's a grifter. He's just he's too bullish. He never tells the truth. And the other half are saying he's paid by AMC. He's too the other ones say I'm too bearish. You said that ape wouldn't go to $20, Tony, this week. You said that ape would only go up to the price of AMC at the max. You're too bearish. I don't like you. I'm not here for friends, guys. I'm not here for subs. I'm just here to speak my truth, my opinion. It's not financial advice. It's just one dude who knows how to read charts and knows how to read financial statements. And I don't get my DD from Reddit or Twitter. And I certainly don't do conspiracy theory bullshit. I don't do the conspiracy theory bullshit.
Can you repost that for Steven? Thank you.
Can I do what?
For Steven, so he can come back on.
He has the invite. He should have the invite. I'll post it again.
Yeah, I think it's just.
And guys, any of y'all are welcome to come on. Just you got to have a device with a camera on it. Unless I know you, like Pantheon. Lou from Wall Street wants to know why he's blocked. Lou is not blocked from the channel. There are a lot of YouTubers that are blocked because, all they want to do is talk hate and doxing and, that you can't have an adult conversation with some of these people. If you're a conspiracy theorist that, you think I'm paid by AMC, you are not welcome on this channel.
Hey, is my audio better?
Yes, at the
sounds
moment
great.
it is. But if you realize that I'm just a dude that likes movies and I believe in the future salvation of this company, whether you agree with that or not, you're welcome to come on and share whatever thoughts you got. I don't block anyone, but if you're trolling, you're going to be blocked.
Sorry about that, Tony.
Carry on with the BBBY.
So,
discussion.
okay. So stop me if my audio gets messed up, but this is where I was going with BBBY. There's a lot to unpack with that stock. First of all, you got to look at their business model. You know, you walk into a store, they tend to have a lot of inventory laying around. If you get even the simplest of items, you can see that it's extremely overpriced. And, you know, you just even get a pan, it's like $30, a spatula, $17. And a lot of people can't afford it. And in this day and age, household goods should not be overpriced, especially with Amazon taking a huge chunk out of their business model. And then you go to the employees and they look like they're not happy. I've spoken to a few, they're underpaid, and it's just they're not happy there. And then you look at the financial statements. They're burning through cash like crazy, and they never adjusted their business model. Next, you got to look at the DD on Mark Triton. He was the former CEO of Bed Bath, and he pretty much ran the company into the ground. They never advanced their business model. They pretty much just banked on people coming in and overpaying for household goods. They tried the Buy Buy Baby, and that actually was a good part of their model, but their household goods simply weren't selling. Then you got Ryan Cohen. He came in and he built a lot of hype. A lot of GME people followed him, and if you got it, great, you know. But I believe through my due diligence that he thought that he would have a lot more say on the board. I guess that's a good way of putting it.
Yep.
But then he realized that he didn't have as much say, and you could tell because he put out a lot of public statements saying that he was unhappy with the decisions of Mark Triton and that he needed to be fired. And guys, when your executives are saying your CEO needs to be fired, that's bad, really bad. So I see the bearish side, and then he just sold. So, and then the CFO ended up jumping out the window, and they just never turned around. So I know that was a lot, but Bed Bath has gone through a lot, and pretty much right now they're begging for somebody to save them. And, you know, as bad as AMC was during the pandemic, we were never that bad. We weren't begging people to save our company, you know? So yeah, anyone who's recently made money on Bed Bath, I think that's really cool. But just understand that the long-term survivability of this company is not good.
It's in question.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
So as much as retail wants to push it up, shorts want to push it down, but shorts are challenged right now because the cost to borrow is so high. So it's a tough call. I think there could be a bounce at 310 or 260.
Yeah, if you want to play it like that, like, you know, you're just running, like, play it on the technicals, it's fun. But if you really look at their executives, they don't even have a real CEO. They have an interim CEO, and her name's Sue Gove, and she has no experience.
I would never be buying this stock, and we've talked about this many times over the last 6 months. We would never be buying this stock thinking that it's going to run up to $100.
No, I mean, anything with a short interest of 40% has the theoretical possibility of squeezing, right? But theoretical is the key word there.
The second you think that you're getting ahead on this game, they're going to drop the announcement of the Chapter 11 filing, and you're going to see it plummet.
Yeah, and it'll plummet quickly because the float's so small.
That's the danger.
I
Like,
think
you gotta look at everything. You can be really excited about the high short interest and the high cost to borrow, but the day they announce Chapter 11, you are fucked. You won't be able to get out fast enough.
Yeah, if you're gonna, in my opinion, if you're gonna play stocks like BBBY, you got to do them when they're extremely oversold. You can't wait till they're ripped and then hope it rips again, you know, because especially in a bear market, one rip is usually all that you get in a bear market. In a bull market, you know, you can theoretically keep ripping, but That's just not the environment right now. So when you talk about the needle of death, that's why I call it the needle of death, because once you see it, the bulls usually are gone.
Yeah, that needle of death is caused by shorts covering, and once they're done buying to cover, look out below.
Yeah.
We talk about this all the time, and we see it all the time, every week.
What's up, Yucca? Sorry, I had a lot to say about Bed Bath.
No, I was just gonna say, 41% is held by institutions. That's a pretty big number. I mean, it could have just been a synthetic run up, I guess, done by institutions just to try to see, if people, and then drop the stock and sell, get out. But yeah, I think it's just the whole concept of that store is just completely dead. I remember we used to get those % off, but the 20% was nothing. I mean,
No, yeah. Well, Yucca, right now, if it's like a fire sale because they can't sell anything, so you'll probably get 90% off if you walk in there today because they're about to go bankrupt.
yeah, it's bad.
Yeah.
Keijin says they have a big following. I agree. They've got a big following. That's why you can get it. If it bounces off of 310 or 260, you're going to see that big following want to buy it up. But how many of these have we seen? Guys, AMC is not the only ticker I spend my entire day watching. I'm watching all of these plays. I know retail sentiment on all of these plays. Everybody thinks their stock is the next GameStop. And they all think they have $100 or $1,000 price targets. And it never works out. And I keep on telling you guys this over and over. And I keep on having people hate me for saying Redbox isn't going to 100. Last time BBBY was running up, we called it the day it topped out.
Yeah, 27, I remember we got out.
Yeah. Every week I tell you MMTLP, I said, get out at $10 to $12. It was done. People hate me for that, but I'm just telling you based on experience and reading the chart, does not matter how much you think retail is behind it. Once the bad news comes out, get out of the way. Stop listening to the YouTubers who are giving you this pump and dump bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, in bear markets, I think that's the best way of thinking about it. In bear markets, asking a stock, no matter what it is, to rip over and over again. What I mean by that is a bullish engulfing candle over and over again. That's a tall order, no matter what it is. We got a little spoiled in the 2021 bull rally, and when we saw that. But yeah, I think right now the conditions are different.
Blazin says the needle of death doesn't mean the shorts are covering. The reason I say that, Blazin, is when I look at short sellers that I know, almost every single one of them got hammered and were closing in a needle of death. That is how I came to that conclusion. I've seen guys lose $100,000, $200,000, $500,000 on needles of death. I'm convinced. I might be wrong. You might be right. But I'm convinced that is shorts covering because I've watched the shorts that are in all of these plays, all of these tickers fucking lose their ass because they were trying to short it, calling the top, and they got blown out.
It's either shorts covering or retail getting trapped at the top. Institutions aren't buying stuff at the top like that. Like they're not looking at Bed Bath as like a good investment and like, oh, I gotta buy it now. Like institutions don't think like that. So, I mean, I'm gonna go with either greedy retail or shorts covering
or high speed traders. Just like we got enough profit for the day. Sell it all. Sell it now.
Oh man, what did you guys talk about earlier in the stream? Because I missed the first like half.
We've been all over the place.
Yeah. Nice. So yeah, to close BBBY is play it with caution if you're going to. Personally, I wouldn't.
hang on one second.
They really need somebody to come in and restructure that whole company. Like it's in trouble. That company's in trouble.
I think the best good news that could pop BBBY coming up would be a sale of Bye Bye Baby. That'd be something I'd like to buy it cheap enough to be on board for some announcement like that. Not that it's going to be meaningful to the company, but for retail, buying it up and pushing the next FOMO run, that'd be a good one to be in for.
Right.
But that's restructuring, Tony. You're chipping off a part of that.
Yeah,
exactly.
I wouldn't hold it more than a day.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm saying that's a day trade. If I could buy it cheap enough and time it perfectly for that announcement.
You know what's be bullish is if they put a real CEO there, someone who had a good reputation from like Home Goods or somewhere that had household specific experience in selling. Then I would think about it, because then it could turn into an Adam Aaron situation where, okay, we trust this guy and he can turn this company around. But the leadership is just it's a revolving door, and you can't invest in companies like that.
Steven, they want to know your opinion on MMTLP.
Oh, I do not have one, unfortunately. I don't like if I don't really do the DD on them, then I try not to say.
All right.
So I'm gonna skip that one.
And someone asked if we talked about Mullen. I did talk about Mullen briefly earlier. Mullen, for me, their first chance at profitability is 2023. Wait, we're in 2020. We're in 2024. Sorry. It's been a long night, and I just opened a bottle of scotch. So that bottle of bourbon that I said would last me a few more nights, it's already gone. Anyways, Mullen, 2024 play. First chance at making any real money. A meeting in about 10 days on dilution and reverse split. So I'm not very bullish on Mullen at the moment. I'd like to buy it at 15 cents or $1.50 after the reverse split. That's for some of you going to be a shockingly low price target, but that's where I would buy it. I've resisted for the last 18 months buying Mullen. That is where I'd consider giving it a shot for a 2024 play.
I feel like if you're going to go EV, there's just better ways to allocate money. I mean,
everybody thinks Mullen's the next GameStop, and that is just, in my mind, ridiculous, because it's going to be diluted to fucking oblivion.
It's just not worth the risk. I mean, guys, at the end of the day, it's risk versus reward. That's all stocks are. So, if you look at, let's take Rivian. Rivian just laid off, I believe, 30% of their workforce. So EV in general is just laying people off left and right. Look what's happening to Tesla. So if you're going to go into EV, you got to consider it a 5-year play no matter what. Personally, as an alternative that I can share with you guys, I highly recommend ChargePoint. Why? Because you're not owning the electric car, you're owning the charging station that supports all the cars, and it's an affordable stock at $10 a share. And it's a respectable company. They have great finances.
Don't they have aren't they some of the most spread out across the US?
They own 80% of the chargers in the country.
More than EV Go, yeah. All those, yeah.
EV Go is number 3.
We love ChargePoint on our Discord and this channel for a long-term play.
Yeah, like you're literally gambling when you're talking about a who's going to make it game. That's what you're doing with Mullen. Who's going to make it? Is it Mullen? Is it Rivian? Is it Lucid? But why even play that game when you can guarantee yourself a good company like ChargePoint, who's already established? That's my opinion.
I say, Mullen is what I call a speculative play. If you want to gamble on it, just buy it as cheap as you can. Don't listen to all this bullshit. Mullen's going to the moon. Mullen's shorted into oblivion. Billions of synthetics. Guys, every ticker thinks they have billions of synthetics and shorted to the moon. Mullen is shorted to the moon because it's a trash company.
Right.
They have no
They're shorted
vehicle.
for a reason.
I don't mean that in a pejorative way, but their financials are a wreck, and they're not going to make any meaningful money till next year at the soonest. I don't care about IGO. I don't care about any company they've bought. the real money is not coming with Mullen until they get real production of the Mullen 5. And they're a long way away from that. So
Some
that
companies just deserve to be shorted. That's just the truth. Some companies, they're just so bad that they deserve to be shorted. And I think that's a hard concept for retail to grasp, because they don't want to believe that their company is doing poorly. But when you take the blinders off and you look at their 3 to 5 year outlook, like Mullen or any company who's non-revenue generating, if you're chasing the latest penny stock that doesn't make any money, you have a high chance of getting hurt. But you also have a high chance of making a lot too. So
it's because they listened to some YouTuber a year ago who told them it's going to the moon, and they're bag holding it now, and they can't emotionally separate. And I want you guys to just do a little self-discovery. If you're that type of person, don't buy stuff on run-ups, or if you buy it on a run-up, have a sell price that is reasonable, and do not take anybody's price target as gospel that you hear on YouTube.
You know what I've heard? I've heard that your first loss is your best loss.
And if your first trade is a win, you're doomed to fail.
yeah, that's right.
If your first trade is a win, and you think you are godlike and every trade after that is going to be like that, God help you.
It's like the first person. It's like when you sit down at a slot machine for the first time and you hit a royal, you know?
Yeah, and then you stay there for a week and gamble it all away.
Yep. I got the edge.
I wonder if that's what a lot of people did with, I imagine a lot of people did get into the stock market recently, is maybe some of these meme stalkers, once COVID happened. I know a lot of my coworkers were telling me like, hey man, now's the time to get in the market. And I had a little bit of stuff before, but I threw a little bit more in with COVID, with things happening. I don't know.
John's Day Trade says, what does AMC have over BBBY, given that they would have gone bankrupt without retail? But retail came in and gave AMC a bunch of cash, John. That's one thing that they have going for them. The other thing they have going for them is increasing revenues, and the movie industry getting off of its, the movie industry was dead in 2020. Every theater was closed in 2020. When I say the movie industry, I mean the production houses.
Yep.
Every year is forecast to get better from here. Now, where is the top going to be? Is it better than 2018, 2019? Time will tell. I can't answer that for you. But AMC is in this trajectory. BBBY is on that trajectory. And fundamentally, I do not like brick and mortar stores with a large format that are dependent on inventory. I'm going to say that every week so you guys know that, and you don't have to ask this question. I do not like big box retail stores that are dependent on inventory. Too much competition, too much risk, too much fixed cost. By competition, I mean Amazon and every other retail store that's selling the same shit.
Please make the case.
And a lot cheaper.
There's a lot of things AMC has over BBBY. First of all, no one can afford BBBY. I'm not talking about the stock. I'm talking about just go in there and see how far $500 gets you. And then if you go into AMC, it's a cheap date. It's in a recessionary environment. The business model of a movie theater is stronger than household goods in a bear market, especially. There's a lot of reasons.
Do y'all remember exactly what happened? I know At Home, what was it, a year and a half ago, they went private. Do y'all recall anything about the At Home company?
Who went private?
At Home?
I'm not sure.
I don't know anything about them.
Well, you were talking about, Stephen, y'all were talking about Mullen just a second ago.
Yeah.
Do y'all have an opinion on Tesla and Musk lowering the prices of the cars?
I don't think we talked about that, but we can talk about it.
I think right now is not the time for EV. Where did Andrew go? He left.
He's having some connections issues. He's back.
Oh, okay. I think, guys, I like EV stocks. I have ChargePoint. I own Tesla. I have several EV stocks. But to be all fair, now's not the time for it. It's a 3 to 4 or 5 year outlook on EV. They're going to have declining revenue until the Tesla Model 3 is affordable for the average person. They're going to run into trouble, especially if there's any sort of supply chain further issues. Now, I like Tesla long term and Elon long term, but in the short term, it's not looking hot. Andrew, you were saying, what was your question again about Tesla?
I guess, I mean, it was kind of more, it wasn't stock as much as like auto market. And I just didn't know if you had an opinion on, with the prices of the Teslas just overnight going down because they're lowering the prices for the everyday consumer, how that might affect, I guess, maybe the car market or just like people that already hold or own Tesla. And if I'm sure some people are kind of bitter if they have a few cars and they might have thought if they had a higher resale that they might not have.
Yeah, electric vehicles, they're meant to last you forever. So that's the whole sales pitch behind it is, hey, pay $40,000 for this Tesla Model 3, and you're thinking, oh, that's really expensive. But the car salesman will tell you, well, it's because it lasts forever and you don't have to have as much maintenance as a gas vehicle. But the truth is, a gas vehicle, there's an argument to be made that gas is still superior than electric. So I don't think they've bridged the gap yet. And that's why a lot of billionaires are still shorting Tesla, because there's an argument to be made that gas is still superior.
I believe it was 2016, 20, when the Model 3 was being announced, and it was like you could put $1,000 down to be on the pre-order list. Was the car selling initially for 30 or 35,000? I don't think it was. I think the prices have been increasing since it first came out, if I'm not misunderstood.
I haven't checked recently. Last time I checked, Model 3 was 40 grand, but it could have been more affordable. I mean, either way, a lot of people just can't afford it. So they're just not selling enough.
Well, even with the rebate, if they get it like a $7,500 rebate tax incentive, it's still up there.
Right. So, I mean, Tesla is good long term, but I wouldn't expect anything from them in the short term.
I agree.
I just want to, I don't have this comment on the screen, but Captain Arma says he had Chris Ledoux at his house after the rodeo. How the fuck did you manage that? I want to know. And second, for Gus's question, Tony, if both votes are a yes, do you think they will convert and split together, or convert first, then split? I'm waiting for the proxy, Gus. But the logical order would be convert and then split, but the timing between them, I don't know.
Tony, there's a video of Adam Aaron speaking to a shareholder at a movie theater, and he says conversion first.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. That's the order they want to do it in. Keeps everything simple.
Yep.
Grandpa Barney, thank you. He says, how fun would it be to drive an electric Corvette? Boring. Have you seen the electric cars, Grandpa, where they're adding the sound effects of an engine into them?
Yeah.
Vroom, vroom, vroom. Can you imagine a Formula One race with all electric cars?
Yeah.
Wouldn't be fun.
No. The other thing, like long term, I like Tesla in the short term, but can you imagine long term when everybody has an electric car and the grid can't keep up with it, and then they start charging you a premium for having a home charging system, and then the demand for gasoline falls so much that gas becomes compellingly cheaper than electric, and the demand on the electrical grid becomes so high that electricity prices soar?
Yep.
Like, is everybody thinking about this, or is it just me?
Well, Tony, that's why people short Elon Musk. That's why, because if gas falls too far, then they're just going to use gas.
Yeah, but I mean, we're 10 years too early to be shorting on that premise. I'm just saying, like, if you think Tesla's going up forever, You need to be thinking 10 years out when everybody has an EV.
Yeah.
At some point, it's
Okay.
going to be so much affordable to have a gas car because there's no demand for gas.
Right.
Yuka says, thank you for having me on. Thank you, man.
Thank you,
guys.
Yuka.
You guys have made the night tonight. Andrew, what's on your mind again?
Well, I'm trying to look up. I hope it wasn't a dream, but I want to say I saw something recently where it was talking about like hydrogen atoms or something, and they were able to produce more energy than that was consumed.
A
Are you talking about
hydrogen car?
cars? Yeah, cars.
I don't think it was. No, I don't think it was cars. Just energy in general. Could have been a dream, but something basically like the little, I guess, underground where they do hydrogen. They shoot hydrogen atoms together.
I think I saw something about that a month or two ago, and they were able to successfully do that experiment, but they said it was on a minuscule scale.
Yeah, super
right?
minuscule. I was just Googling to see because about the Tesla, the electric cars, eventually will gas be cheaper, whatever, this and that argument. So I was trying to Google real quick to fact check myself so I don't sound like I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, you're right. There was press about that recently. But I kind of just discounted it because once I read that this is not on any sort of commercially viable scale, that we got a lot of work to do. I was like, okay, that's a few years off for me to worry about that.
That's true.
Tony, you get a bunch of AMC questions tonight about the split?
We've had a few like timing and stuff like that, but we don't know the timing. That's why we're waiting on the proxy. The questions have actually been, pretty reasonable tonight. I was expecting a lot more trolling.
Gotcha. When the price is low, the trolling's high.
Do you get a lot of trolls? I don't feel like I see them that much in the chat.
I don't get that many, but I see a lot of people out in the periphery, they like to say that I'm pumping AMC or that I'm overly bullish. I'm the most hated AMC YouTuber for a reason, because I don't pump hopium. But apparently the people saying I'm overly bullish don't watch the channel.
No.
I think they may have also overinvested.
I don't know.
You're not overly bullish. There are people in the community that are, though. I mean,
of all the people to pick on, the most reasonable YouTuber is the one that you decide is the enemy number one.
Absolutely.
But you don't want to go after a clickbaiter A, B, C, or D that's pumping out 10 videos a day. Moass tomorrow. I saw a guy that put out a video today that was like $20 AMC on Tuesday.
Wow.
But does he ever get mentioned by the haters? Nope.
They just want to be right one time, so then they look like they're a god,
It just takes one time.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I could make 10 videos a day saying it's going to pump tomorrow, and eventually I would be right. But
a lot of those guys, they recycle their own DD from a year ago.
I know I'll be right. I just don't know the time frame. But people underestimate my patience. We've had a good chuckle over that, like the vaporized comment.
Tony, what's the longest you've ever held a stock for?
I don't know, 5 or 10 years. Anything I'm holding now, I was not holding 30 years ago. I think more back, what are the ones that I should have bought that I didn't when they first came out, like Chipotle or Amazon.
Did you get Apple early?
Nope.
Oh, man. You were in tech, too. You should have known.
Yeah, I was buying calls on Apple. But no, I was not. No. I worked for a competitor of Apple. I would not buy Apple.
That makes sense.
I was heavily invested in the competitor company, the one that I worked for.
Well, I like
Grandpa, and I made a fuck ton of money on that, so I didn't need Apple. But do I wish now that I would have been buying Apple then and holding it till now? Yeah, but I made out okay, Steven. Don't worry.
Nice.
Grandpa says we barely have enough power for our homes now, and they want to limit how we generate power. Exactly. Watch your power bill shoot to the moon. Grandpa, I hear from so many people that are in the industry like yourself. By the way, guys, Grandpa Barney is not a recruiter for AMC.
No.
He's a lineman that actually goes out and fixes power lines. He does not tell us what to say. I say what the fuck I want to say, whether you like it or not. But when I hear this from many people in the industry, like Grandpa in the power industry, the grid is not set up to support 100% of us being on EVs.
Nope.
I don't think
you're gonna see your electrical bill shoot to the fucking moon if we get to the point where politicians that are mandating EVs in 5 years, you are screwed, guys. If you're in one of those states, you are screwed.
Power bill OS.
it's a good thing you're in Texas.
We like gas powered vehicles, and even better, diesel in Texas.
Oh, I'm in Texas. And yes, I
Oh, you're in Texas, Andrew? Where are you at?
currently in Dallas right now.
Oh, all right. You're just a stone's throw away if you got a strong arm.
I currently in San Antonio, so a little closer to you. I think you're in Austin.
Yeah, you're like 90 minutes away from me. Yeah, we like our. I don't think there'll be any big push anytime soon with our legislature
Not
to have electric vehicles.
not with who we have in office right now.
No.
So
Although they're trying hard.
Tony, what do you think about my theory, the recent meme stock pump that just happened a few days ago?
About the debt ceiling?
Yeah.
I think it has merit, Stephen. I don't know if, I mean, that's definitely, I would say, leading contender theory. I didn't answer you back because I'm still mulling it over.
I just feel like they guarantee a yes.
Tell them your theory. Share your theory with the folks.
Shoot, it's hard for me to get all those thoughts in my head. So Janet Yellen's, I believe, I don't know, about 4 days ago said that they're going to ask Congress to raise the debt ceiling, and 99% of the time Congress says yes, extend the credit limit for the United States. That's an inflationary act, and in equities and stocks tend to rip when things like that happen. So my theory is I believe the people in the know knew this was going to happen before obviously it happened. Therefore, you got a, I don't want to call it a squeeze, but you got a rally from all the meme stocks at once. When AMC went 20%, Bed Bath, GME, all these stocks ran at the same time, and there was no catalyst. There was no reason for any of it. And then conveniently the next day, Bitcoin started rallying right after. It's not a coincidence, guys. Nothing in the market happens coincidentally. It's all for a reason. And so my theory is it's because of what Janet Yellen said is why we're getting a rally. And it's good. It's really good, especially for AMC, because of all the recent shorting that's occurred on it and the recent options that ran in the money as of Friday. Andrew, do you see the options that came in the money?
I actually need to start playing options.
No, I don't touch options.
I don't touch options.
I just pay attention to it.
But I know a lot of people, lately, and that's actually I was going to ask you the same thing, where I was curious what your opinion on the debt ceiling was, because if they keep doing it, are we going to have more stimulus checks? Are we going to be giving more money to people? Or I mean, like, we're not in a healthy. My opinion is we're not in a healthy environment.
Right.
It's not sustainable. Let me put it that way. And when is it gonna what's gonna happen?
Well, anytime the debt ceiling gets raised, that's just green light, right? Because new money is going to get pushed into the system, and we're going to get that institutional buying pressure. That's what we've been missing, guys, for the last year. Like, why is AMC and all our I just call it consumer discretionary stocks? Money's been sucked out, but then at some point, money's going to get pushed back in. and you saw that, and that's why it jumped from, what was it, $4 to, or 390 to 520 or something.
Yeah, 380, 390.
Yeah, without, and that caused 50,000 contracts on AMC to run in the money, and 50,000 at $5 strike, that's approximately $25 million worth of shares that will need to be purchased on Tuesday.
But wasn't Max Payne, I think, $5?
Correct. So we ran those contracts in the money. And there's also 600,000 contracts due January 20th. So in a perfect world, we want those contracts that are out the money to run in the money, and we can get the gamma ramp that we all want for AMC.
And I like that because that's how it works, I guess. But it kind of wouldn't, almost in my mind, follow a timeline of, I would expect a dip before a rip. And when I say dip, I mean something a little bit more catastrophic in the market.
I disagree. I feel like we got that dip at 390. I mean,
I'm talking about like the overall, like the S&P, like.
Oh, everything?
Yeah.
I mean, we're overall in a macro bear trend for sure. I mean, there's two theories in the community. You either think that we need a market crash to squeeze, or the opposite. I personally am on the opposite side. I think that AMC does its best work in bull markets, as shown with the previous major runs.
Mm-hmm.
I understand the idea of a over-leveraged short seller being caught in a bear market, but the odds of that, guys, are it's almost a miracle for that to happen. Like Melvin Capital, they really did fuck up, and they did deserve to go out of business for what they did. But that's a one-off. I mean, these guys are very smart. They're educated. They know how to position themselves. If they're short AMC, they're probably long on calls. Like they make it to where they break even. Most firms are not over leveraged. And I think in the ape community, we tend to think everybody's over leveraged. And it's just not reality.
They're called hedge funds for a reason, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I do for a living, is I hedge theoretically.
Just so nobody starts hating on you, tell us what industry you're in. It's not.
Yeah. So
it's not investing.
I work for a sports betting company, so trading of sports. And say the Patriots are playing the Bengals. People bet before the game starts. They bet during the game, and they bet towards the very end of the game. That's referred to as in-play wagering. So as the events occur in the game, say your first quarter, second quarter, things change, and you adjust the odds of the game as the game proceeds. And it's the same thing with stocks. As things change, you adjust prices, kind of like your options chain, except for sports. But the difference is for me, I'm looking in the best interest of the house, right? And you have to always make sure that you're not favoring one team too much or the other. So a lot of these guys, they're short, but they're really long on a lot of things.
Steven, do you ever see people like shooting the moon on bets that they shouldn't be placing?
Oh, absolutely. That's my job, is to take retail's money. I mean, I'll give you a perfect example.
Your job is to take retail's money?
Yes. For sports.
I'm just being tongue in cheek here. Let's keep on going with this theme though, because gambling on sports betting is a lot like gambling on stocks, and I want people to hear the analogy here.
Yeah, so I'll give you an example. Say the Patriots are up, let's say 20-7, right? So the Patriots say there's only 2 minutes left, and it's 20-7. So that would mean that the team that's down would have to score twice. Let's say that there's only 5 minutes left, right? I'll put up an odds of like 10-1 with 5 minutes left. And there's always people that bet it. They'll throw $1,000 on it with 5 minutes left, well knowing that they have a 95% chance of losing. Because my probability is that I'll beat that player 9 times out of 10. Maybe that one time they get lucky and something crazy happens, but 9 times out of 10, I'm taking that money.
So would you say your experience in managing sports betting has given you some experience in understanding how to do stock plays and when to buy and when to go short? Because you do some shorting also, right?
Yeah, the thing is it's a game of probability. Every situation has a theoretical probability. In the options chain, they're able to calculate it through algorithms. And same thing with sports betting. Depending on the specific situation, there's an algorithm per sport. So whether you're trading football, basketball, UFC, or whatever it is, there's a different algorithm. But typically the algorithm is going to beat the player 99% of the time. But once in a while, something weird happens where the trader has to step in and adjust the lines accordingly.
And I think that kind of brings it home to like the way we run the Discord and the way we look at stocks and charts is we recognize that every now and then we might get lucky with that 1 time out of 10. But most of the time when we're making trades, we're betting on the statistical odds.
Right. Yeah. And retail's always going to take a shot. That's their bread and butter, is taking a shot. So if you put up a bad line, like for odds, or you give the opportunity, they're going to bet it. So it could be the most ridiculous thing, but they will bet it because they can't help it.
And right. And that's what I want to counsel people against doing. Like, guys, you can get lucky doing that shit. Someone asked earlier, how can I turn 5,000 into 100,000? That 1 time out of 10 where you get lucky, you might do that, but you have 9 chances where you're going to lose your 5,000. And how many years are you going to work to save up 5,000 again? I want you guys to not be shooting for the moon on every play. Take 500 and shoot the moon if you want to. 10% of your overall, what you have available to wager. I'd be more comfortable with that. But shooting the moon on one play is statistically very dangerous.
Yeah, it's like saying that the worst team in the NFL is going to win the Super Bowl. There's no difference between that and a penny stock.
Every now and then somebody gets lucky and becomes a millionaire on a bet like that, right?
Right. But, over the course of 100 years, it's just not going to happen. So horse racings really get lucky, Tony, because you can pay it like $1 or $2, and then if you knock the horses like first, second, third place in a row, you can really kill it.
I have never won decent money betting horses. I'm so much better, luck wise, playing the craps table. But when I go visit my family, there's a horse track not too far, and it's a good Saturday afternoon to go watch the horses run. But I have never, ever gotten lucky betting horses.
Yeah, the goal of the market maker is to suck as much money out of retail as possible.
So they're basically a stripper?
Yeah. Yeah. So like, for example, like if I'm sitting at say it's a game versus Patriots versus the Bengals, right? And you have a big bettor who wants to bet the Patriots minus, say, 1 for my people who understand sports betting. And they want to bet it for $200,000. But I say, no, you can get -2, right? And let's say, for example, they don't want -2, they want -1. Well, all I got to do is just adjust the odds and give them -1 at worse odds so that if they win, I pay them less. But I sucked the money. So if they lose, now I just win the money.
So you're basically like a stripper in a sweatshirt and jeans.
Yeah.
And you don't walk them to the ATM. They do that on their own.
They do it on their own because they can't help it. Because watching a football game without money on the line is too boring for them. Just like watching a stock.
Some of y'all know what I'm talking about. Like when she walks you to the ATM.
Oh God. Yeah.
It's Saturday night. Put your children to bed.
Fun.
Children should be in bed by now.
Yeah. I mean, it's a vicious game, Tony. I'm not going to lie. Sports and options are very similar. It's the same thing. A sports game is the same thing. You're betting something's going to happen within an allotted amount of time. There's no difference between an option and betting.
I don't even look at options the same, not just options, Stephen, but just betting stocks is a lot of the same thing.
Yeah.
Especially these meme trades. They know exactly what they're doing. They know the psychology. They know the odds. And they play the odds. They're just more sophisticated and have more computer models than we do. And we fall in the typical retail, I'm going to get rich on this trap.
There's only one time, Tony, when the market maker truly loses, and I'm telling you this as experience. It's when I call it the X factor. You know, I talk about needle of death, but this is another one. I call it the X factor. It's when something that the algorithm cannot predict or detect. That's when shit goes haywire.
I call it in stocks. I call it the unknown catalyst.
Yep. Yeah. So the apes is like an X factor. Like, why are people buying the stock as it's going down so much? And the algorithm doesn't figure it out. Like a good example in sports was for my basketball people in the chat, when Golden State won 92 games in a row. The algorithm just couldn't understand that year where they would beat the spread every single night. Golden State they would beat their opponents by 10 or more. And if you bet that year on Golden State, you made a ton of money. And that's the perfect example. The algorithm didn't understand it. And it's the same thing with short squeeze plays, you know, so you can do well. It's not the end of the world. You know, I think people are afraid of algorithms, but there are ways to beat it. Like you said, the unknown catalyst.
We are the X factor, but when you have the X factor plus an unknown catalyst,
right? Exactly.
That's when you get a moonshot.
Yep.
That's right. Those happen. Those happen. We've seen them happen. DWAC, HKD, AMC, GameStop. But they don't happen often, guys. That's what I want you to understand.
It's like Saudi Arabia. You saw how they won that soccer match. They were like 20-1. Everyone can trip. Like, say you're playing tennis. Like, okay, you know, Sufyan's a tennis player, right? If me and Sufyan played tennis, I would lose that 9 times out of 10. But what if he tripped his ankle? What if he had a bad day? What if he was sick that day? Well, those days happen. And that's what you're asking for with the short squeeze. That they'll, you know, one day, it's all it takes.
That's why I say on all of these plays, if you're in a speculative play, you want to get in at a good entry.
Yes.
As cheap as possible, because the odds are stacked against you. You got to recognize that going in. If you don't, keep listening to this channel. The odds are stacked against you, but if you get a good entry, you have the ability to wait it out with patience and zen. If you bought in AMC at 60, you're going crazy right now, and you're wondering why isn't Adam Aaron causing the MOAS? But if you got in at what did you get in at, Steven? $2?
Not that early. I think actually, yeah. You're talking about my first earliest share was like 273. Yeah.
Right. So you wonder why we can be zen, because we got in fucking cheap. And we, you know, yes, I bought some after the squeeze, but those were free shares for me because I sold options on the way up. It's like I don't care. That was already house money. And
it's hard, Tony, though, to like watch the profit and then not be a part of it. Like, to resist that is very difficult for the average person. Like,
you have some videos on investor psychology, don't you?
Yeah, I do. And I have another channel called Just Another Ape for the people that follow me. But it's kind of like when you walk into a casino, right? And you see other people winning. Psychologically, you want to be a part of that. Like, as humans, we crave social interaction. We want to feel like we're a part of something. And when you see people winning, you just jump in, right? So you want to be a part. But the truth is you want to resist that urge. If the stock has already ripped, and what I mean by ripped is 50%, you know, these crazy high percentages, you're most likely too late.
Yep.
And it's okay to be late. There's always going to be another opportunity in the market. I've watched hundreds of tickers rip and not be a part of it, just to wait for the one that I am.
Same here. Like those mornings where I wake up at 5 a.m. and I see nothing going on, and I go back to sleep, and I wake up again at 8:30 and something's ripping. If I just would have stayed awake till 6:30, I could have got on it. But it's 8:30 and it's already ripped up 70%. I'm like, nope, I already missed it.
Right. Yeah,
and that's okay. I shed no tears over that, because I know there'll be another one the next day or the next week.
There's always another one.
But we
Oh.
all see these people that buy everything at the top and then they bag hold it all the way down. You got to get out of that mentality.
When the price is rising, you should be more fearful. Like we talked about that the other night, Tony. Like
We did.
And-
Yeah. I said, what were we saying? What were we talking about? I know what I said. I think Sufyan was asking me a question, right? Like, Tony, do you get more excited the higher the price goes up?
yeah.
And I said, I actually get more nervous the higher the price goes up. The higher the price goes, the more I'm considering selling, because I'm not thinking it's going to 1,000 or 10,000. I'm thinking like, am I going to get fucked if I don't sell right now?
Yeah. The higher the price, the more risky the underlying security.
And that's only because I've trained myself to not look at trades with emotion or to believe anybody's bullshit on YouTube.
Yeah,
I'm looking at it like I've had 30 years of watching this shit. I've had 30 years of holding stuff too long and being ripped off because I didn't sell it soon enough.
Yeah, the key is really just to, like you said, get a good entry so you're not going crazy about the volatility. That's important.
When something's running up, fucking sell it. Don't look back.
Yeah.
If you don't want to sell it all, sell a little bit every time it steps up.
But it's
You're
so
never going to
hard.
regret taking a profit, guys.
The buying's easy, but the selling, man, that's hard for a lot of people, including myself. You know, I'm not exempt to it. So
yeah, we all get caught up in it. I get excited just like you guys do.
Yeah.
Sufyan was like, are you celebrating when it's running up? No, I'm celebrating when I hit the sell button and I know I made $10 or $50 or $90,000 that day. That's when I'm celebrating, after I hit the sell button, not when I'm watching it. And
Clark,
if I gotta hold it overnight and worry what it's going to do tomorrow, I'm more nervous than happy.
Clark says my average is 25. I'm not calm. I want my money now. Clark, that's a losing mentality, man. In the market, it's just hard to ever see. That's a casino, right? I want to win tonight. I want to win or lose tonight. Like I want it now. If that's the case, the market is not the best lever. You're better off just going to a blackjack table or a craps table if you need it now. You know, unfortunately, you know, we have a lot bigger economic things at play that affect AMC. So
yeah, I mean, for this at this point, people, Clark, like you that bought in at 25, 30, 40. Look, Clark, I have some shares I bought at 38. So don't feel bad. My average is not 38, but I have some towards the middle of 2021 that I bought at $38. Now, for me, luckily, those were free because my options that I sold in the run up paid for them. But I'm not happy being down on shares. What am I down? Like almost $30, Clark, on some of my shares.
Yep.
I just did not fully anticipate. I thought we'd have another squeeze before the recession, and it didn't work out that way. So that was my choice, Clark. I'm smart enough to know when to hit the sell button. I decided not to do it. I only blame myself, not anybody else, not Adam Aaron, not any YouTuber. I only blame myself because my belief was based on retail momentum and interest, we would get another squeeze. That didn't work out. That was my choice.
Yeah, and the price is very cheap on AMC right now.
Now, yes, now it's so fucking cheap. I finally started buying some more AMC because I got to average down those 38s. But I don't know what's going to happen after the vote, Clark. But to get back into those $20, $30 range to help you, to help me get out from underwater on those shares, we're going to need a real catalyst, Clark.
Yep.
We're going to need a real catalyst.
What's the real catalyst, Tony?
It's unknown. It's going to be something that no one is anticipating. I promise you guys, you're going to come back to this channel after something that no one was expecting, no one predicted happens. You're going to say, after the last 2 years, Tony Denaro was finally right. It was the fucking unknown catalyst. It's not anything that anybody ever talked about before. When the hedge funds and the people that are shorting this stock get caught off guard, that's when it will fucking rip.
I think they're getting caught off guard right now.
They might be.
It looks like they were short everything because the market looked bare for 2023. And then all of a sudden, now money's getting pumped into the market out of nowhere. That's a catalyst. It might not be a MOAS catalyst, but it's still a catalyst to get stuff moving. 50,000 contracts, Tony. I mean, when was the last time that even happened for AMC?
It's been a long time. There's been a lot of times where we had all those loaded up and we couldn't get there, right? And we did this week. Woo! Clark, I'm in it for the fun at this point. I know it's not fun for a lot of you guys, but the volatility and the unknowns right now, the fucking unknowns, nobody fucking knows what's going to happen in the next 30, 60, 90 days.
If the Ukraine war ended, Tony, I think that would be the catalyst. Can we just, no war, no overseas problems? Let's just pump it, you know?
There's so many things at play.
Yeah, a lot. AA has a plan, Captain Arma. Yeah, he does.
Look, guys, bottom line, I believe, this is my belief. I'm not trying to sell you on anything. Don't buy, sell, or hold based on my opinion. I believe that Adam Aron has the best interest of the company at heart. He's going to save the company. In the history of this company, he's going to go down a hero. Could that affect us in the short term? Could that affect us in the short term? Yes. Dilution is not great for retail. But if he loads up, if he does it smart, and I realize I'm putting a lot of trust in the CEO, and I could be wrong, and I will fucking call him out if he fucks us up. I will call him out. I'm not being paid by Adam Aron. I don't trust anybody. If he fucks us up, I will call him out to the end of my days. But if he does this right and loads up the cash bank and pays off some of the debt and improves the fundamentals in a year or two, assuming nothing else happens, no other catalysts, and the movie industry continues to grow, this company will be okay, in my opinion. I'm okay with waiting that long. Not everybody is. I get that. Make your choice. Shit or get off the pot. If you don't trust the CEO or you don't think the movie industry is going to improve in 2 years, then take your money and put it in something else that you think you can grow it faster. I'm not going to hate you. You got to make your own best decisions.
A bet against AMC is not just a bet against movie theaters. It's a bet against Hollywood. It's a bet against actors, actresses, the entire industry of filmmaking as a whole, because majority of them make their money from theatrical releases. And it's just not a good bet to make. It was a good bet during the pandemic when we had no revenue, but that's not the case anymore. So even if we don't get a MOAS, you're still looking at an improving company over the next 2 years.
Look, guys, I'm telling you this now, and I will say it if it ever happens. If we ever see 2 or 3 quarters that are flat or declining in a row, it's a different play. That is a danger sign. If you see 2 or 3 quarters that are flat or declining, the movie industry is topping out. Now we got a different play. We'll talk about that then. We're not there right now. We're in a growing, recovering industry. The day that changes, I will let you know, because I got to be honest with myself. I'll be honest with you, just like I will be with myself. I'm not pumping anything. I'm just looking at the trend. The trend is positive right now. It's going back in the right direction. If that change, you'll see it, and I will talk about it. We don't hide from anything. We're not like GameStop where everything's going digital and the sales are falling. This is a different story.
Right.
But if it changes, I will let you know.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, seeing the share price, it's just the share price, guys. I mean, anything can change. It can change quickly. Do you guys remember the stock was down to, what was it, Tony, before the June squeeze? It was low. It was like $5. Same thing. Things can change quickly, guys, especially when you're dealing with a heavily shorted stock.
All we need is one good quarter, Steven, and one good announcement with all these hedge fucks shorting this stock.
The key thing is revenue. That's the most important thing to me.
Hedgie's on fire.
Like Tony, I think the number one thing with AMC is revenue. As long as the people are coming in, we have increasing revenue, increasing ticket sales. Like you said, it's going in the upward direction. We're good. It's only when the revenue starts really dipping, that's where I would be of concern. But Adam Aron's addressed that with his multiple ways of creating revenue. And like I was saying before, if Adam Aron was against us, like a lot of people are assuming in the community, he wouldn't go out of his way to do that. Look at Bed Bath & Beyond with what happened to Mark Triton when he was going negative quarter over quarter, like what Tony's talking about. Was he creating additional revenue streams? No, because he didn't care. He was checked out. Adam Aron's clearly not checked out. Yeah, so I think revenue is the key indicator, as long as people are still going to the movies.
Can we just, I know it's really late, there's probably nobody watching at this point, but there are people, Steven, I don't know if you've seen them, that are saying Adam Aron's been planning to tank this stock since 2013 because of the anti-takeover provisions. Guys, I've put this on my community tab. I haven't tweeted it out. But let's just take this opportunity. How many people? We got 200 people.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll make a clip of this segment. I want to tell you guys that if you incorporate in Delaware, the state of Delaware, where AMC is incorporated, if you have a good attorney, when you do your articles of incorporation, you will include an anti-takeover provision and a blank check preferred stock provision, just like AMC did in 2013. That doesn't mean you're planning some master plan to bankrupt the company 9 years later, 10 years later. That means you're taking advantage of Delaware state laws. Every fucking company in Delaware has the same fucking boilerplate language as AMC. Are you hearing what I'm saying? Tesla has it. Do you need me to give you 20 other examples? I will.
Right.
The exact same language that's in AMC from 2013 about anti-takeover and blank check preferred stock is in dozens or hundreds of stocks that you know that are incorporated in Delaware. It's called anti-takeover and blank check preferred stock. You can Google it. But these fucking idiots on YouTube think they discovered something that was a smoking gun. They're fucking idiots.
Tony, I have one question for the people that believe Adam Aron is trying to tank the company, which is, if he was trying to tank the company, why didn't he sell it for pennies on the dollar during the pandemic?
Why didn't he just go quiet and do nothing? Exactly.
He could have just walked away from it all. He could have Adam Aron's rich. He has a lot of money. He could just walk away.
He is fighting to save this company because no CEO wants to go down as a failure.
Right. He could have easily sold the entire theater chain for pennies on the dollar in 2020, but he chose to fight for the company. So they can't answer that question. So
let me just repeat that again, Stephen,
there's a lot of FUD on Adam Aron, it seems like.
Let me repeat that for the deaf people in the back. And that's no slur against deaf people because my wife is legally deaf. Blank check preferred stock and anti-takeover provisions are copy and paste, and you can find the exact same verbiage in almost every company that had good attorneys that is incorporated in the state of Delaware. If you are saying on YouTube that was a plan since 2013 to fuck over retail, you are a fucking paid shill, or you're a straight up idiot. You're a straight up idiot.
So the goal is, I assume, to get people to sell
AMC and buy another stock.
Yeah.
because they don't have the common sense to understand articles of incorporation or benefits of incorporating in a certain state. Or they've never bothered to look at any other company's articles of incorporation.
Yeah, you can't fix that, man.
They're just stupid. You can't fix stupid, Stephen.
You can't. That's it. But don't worry, Tony. When the price runs up, they're going to buy it back anyway. It's how it always works. That's how it always works. Now, like I said, he could have sold it. He could have sold it to many people. He could have sold it to Netflix. Netflix is interested in theaters. Could have sold it to Amazon. Anyone who could have afforded AMC at that time because it was so cheap.
Stephen, what are your thoughts about AMC merging with Paramount? I heard that's the latest rumor.
It's possible because Paramount actually has the money, but I need to see some more compelling statements from the Paramount staff because I see what's in it. I see what's in it for AMC. I don't know if there's enough in it for Paramount because Paramount is doing very well with their streaming service. So they're not really in a position. They're not creating a lot of content. See, if someone wanted AMC, they would need to be a content powerhouse, like a Netflix, someone who can really make their own, like Disney or something. But a company that's not producing a ton is not going to want a theater because then they're not going to get a huge cut of it. You know what I'm saying?
My analysis is very simple, Stephen.
Yep.
$5 billion in debt. Nobody wants to merge with or buy out that.
How much cash does Paramount even have?
I have not looked, but I don't care how much cash you have.
Yeah.
You don't want to merge with or buy out a company that has $5 billion in debt. Now, after a reverse split and a dilution, and AMC pays down the debt and becomes more fundamentally strong, if the price is beaten down, could we be a merger candidate? Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
There's just not enough there to assume that we would be acquired. Like you were saying, it's not smart from an outsider studio perspective to take on that liability because movie theaters is a tough business. It's a liability. It's dependent highly on concessions and ticket sales, and these studios are not. They don't want to deal with that.
AMC is being shorted because why, Stephen?
Because of the debt.
All right. So if you were Paramount and you were to merge with AMC, what do you think would happen to your stock?
Assuming that they took on all the debt,
they would have to take on the debt.
Yeah, then it would go down.
You'd be fucked. Why would you do that? Why would you do a merger with a company that has $5 billion in debt?
It's a
unless
bad
you
idea.
had $5 billion in cash to offset it. I'm just like throwing that out.
Yeah, or eights or something. Something would have to offset.
There's no economical sense for a company to merge with AMC right now. We got to address the debt, guys. I know people are all excited talking merger talk and buyouts and
no, none of that's going to happen. If anything, AMC is in a position, assuming with good dilution, they would be in a position to have enough cash to acquire more screens through independent theaters or possibly Cineworld. But we'll see how that pans out. But AMC is actually the one doing the merger. Adam Aron is a merger acquisition machine. That's literally his reputation.
Stephen, someone asked me in the comments the other day, I don't understand how AMC got $5 billion in debt.
You don't understand? You got to go back to 2017 when Adam Aron went on a spending rampage.
Can we talk about that for a second? Because
yeah,
for those of you that don't understand why we are $5 billion in debt, you should understand that if you're invested in this company. You've owned it for 2 years.
Yep.
You should know that by now, guys.
The Odeon theaters were very expensive. I mean, during that time, it was like a bull market, before COVID, and ticket sales were at an all-time high. So it made sense for Adam Aron to go crazy in his spending because the box office was revving at an all-time high. So there was no COVID in sight. There was no lockdown. There was no reason to slow down, essentially. So Adam Aron wanted to gain more market share by acquiring more theaters and more In the theater business, it's all about how many screens you got. That's all that matters. It's not the movie necessarily, it's the screens. The screens are the power. The more screens you got, the more movies you can play, the more revenue comes in. So Adam Aaron acquired Odeon. They acquired ArcLight, many others. There's so many I can't even name how many he acquired. And that's why we are the dominant force, not only domestically, but also internationally. So yeah, I mean, no one in the world knew COVID was going to happen besides, the super insiders. Certainly Adam Aaron and the businesses didn't know. So he got caught, and that's why it hurt. That's why our stock plummeted during the pandemic.
You know why I can sympathize with him, Stephen?
Huh.
I have a business. I don't want to say too much because of the doxing trolls. But I made an investment similar to Adam Aaron to expand my business. And then right after that, the 2008 financial crisis hit.
Right.
And all of the years of due diligence and financial analysis I had that justified my investment went out the window.
Well, look at Meta. Meta invested in virtual reality at the top of the market, and look what happened to them. It happened.
You know what happened when that happened to me?
Huh?
I got fucked.
You just lost your investment?
Yeah, I lost hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Damn.
Even though I had years of like cautiously risk averse analysis and like analyzing my business, and then like, okay, I'm finally going to take the plunge. And I went in for the plunge in hundreds of thousands of dollars of risk.
Damn.
And then not even a few months later, the bottom fell out with 2008 and my entire business was obliterated. I went from 50, 100,000 a month of income down to 10,000 a month.
Wow. That's insane.
And all of those obligations that I had of those new purchases of assets that I had made they were paying me pennies on the dollar. So I think Adam Aaron thought in 2017, 2018, like buying all these theaters, that was a great idea. And then 2020 hit and the bottom fell out and he got fucked, just like I got fucked in 2008.
Right.
What can you do?
Nothing.
I didn't have retail to bail me out. I got screwed.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like movie theaters, like it's a hard business. It's not easy to make money in movie theaters. The best thing you can do is just acquire more movie theaters. It's like a game of Monopoly, So Adam Aaron is going to continue to acquire movie theaters, even with the upcoming dilution. I think that's his main goal. Is Tony? He hasn't publicly announced a plan to pay off the debt. That's something that I'm actually concerned about as a shareholder. I'd like for him to lay out a outline at, just something like an outline as to how you're going to address the debt. However, they haven't. So
look, he's not going to tell retail, I need to dilute you a little bit more, sweetie.
Right. I mean, so because he hasn't laid out a plan,
you got to be smart enough, guys, to realize, sweetie, he's going to dilute you some more.
But because he hasn't laid out a plan, my speculative brain is telling me he just wants to raise as much cash as possible and acquire more theaters and address the debt later, 2027. That's what he's been doing. He's been raising capital and buying more theaters. So, I mean,
he's going to whisper in your ear and tell you what you want to hear. But he's going to fuck you over on the other side. But in the long run, you're going to like it.
In the long run. Tony, if you were Adam Aaron, would you do, I'd say 100 million common or 200 million common?
I would do 200 million.
Yeah.
200 million. All right. If we start out at $50 a share and we drop to 20, 200 million times $20. What is that, Stephen?
Man, my
4
brain
billion.
fried. 4 billion. Okay. It's pretty close.
I'm just saying, if he did 200 million and it dropped to $20, guys, that's like dropping to $2 right now. That's going
Right.
to feel like, you got raped in the fucking. But if he had $4 billion, what would he do with that?
And that scares shorts. The idea, just knowing that he's got that money.
Do with that? You're gonna hate it in a moment, but when you got that little infant in your arms 9 months later, you're gonna love her.
Yep.
You're gonna have the portion of the debt paid off and a $2 billion in the bank, and the shorts, the target is taken off your back.
Do you think additional dilution with Ape also, and on top of the 200 million common?
Ape will be gone if it's all yes votes.
So they won't touch Ape. You're saying it'll just be converted, and then they'll just
Ape will be history, never to be seen again.
It'll just go back to the war chest.
It was a fucking failure.
Gotcha. Well, preferred could theoretically come out later, right? Like, just it wouldn't be called Ape; it would just be preferred.
No, they tried. It didn't work. They will never do that again. If they do that again, fuck me.
Tony. If they do that again, I mean, yeah, there's no justifying selling at low. I mean, that's the one thing we can all agree on. I think in the chat, we don't know why Adam Aaron sold low. It was unfortunate, but he did. So now we gotta move on with the cards that we have left. Okay, Clark says share dilution.
Share dilution ain't going to happen no matter what. The losing 90% of my shares. Share dilution is happening, Clark.
Yeah.
Look, I ran some numbers. I've had a couple drinks, Clark, so I don't know if I can do all the math right now, but I'm going to try. Clark, listen to this. 2 billion Ape at 60 cents a share. What's the math on that, Stephen?
You gonna get the calculator out?
Well, I have it on my computer. Hang on.
Yeah, hold on. 2 billion apes at 60 cents.
Oh, shit. I know I'm drinking when I opened up the calendar instead of the calculator.
1.3 billion.
All right. 2 billion Ape would give you 1.3 billion at 60 cents a share. All right, Stephen.
Yeah.
Now do 100 million Ape AMC at $20 a share.
100 million Ape at 20 a share. 2 billion.
All right. Tell me the numbers again. A versus V. B. 1.3 versus 2 billion, right?
Correct. So you're getting more money if they dilute AMC, and you're going to lose money if you dilute Ape.
So 2 billion Ape gives you less money than diluting 100 million AMC, even if it fell to $20.
Which is that's like $2.
Do you hear what I'm saying, guys?
Yeah.
The reason I'm saying that is I want you to understand that diluting Ape dilutes your AMC shares. If you vote no, which is your right, and I'm not going to tell you how to vote, but if you vote no, he's going to issue billions more Ape to keep raising money, and the price of Ape is going to plummet. The price of Ape is going to plummet
quickly.
And you can go look at the income statement from last quarter. All of your Ape are right there on the income statement. You're diluted. Your AMC are diluted. So would you rather have 2 billion more shares issued at 60 cents or 100 million at 50, 40, 30, $20? That's your vote.
And
But
Tony,
my-
you're giving it the benefit of the doubt by doing $20.
I'm saying even if it falls to $20,
yeah, like
even if it falls to $20, you're still better diluting a 100 million AMC at $20 than 2 billion ape at 60 cents.
but Tony, with the reverse split and assuming that we got increased volatility and assuming that the company was improving, the price would substantially rise higher than $20. So he wouldn't have to sell that many to acquire.
In my world, I don't see it going down to $20. That would be a ridiculous market cap, but
That's
I'm
the
just
COVID
saying,
price.
I'm just saying, worst case, if it fell to $20, which would be $2 in today's price. Are you guys seeing it fall to $2?
No, I'm not.
If
No
it
way.
fell to $2, you'd still make $2 billion versus 1.3 on ape.
That's the COVID
how
price,
does
though.
voting no make sense in that comparison?
The market cap's too low, essentially, and AMC is, with the increased volatility and assuming the revenues increase, I don't see a $2 price. That was the COVID price with no revenue. Remember? I mean, so for us to go down that far, it's just not feasible. Most people are still holding AMC. So let's do $50, Tony. So you said 100, or what was that, 100 billion?
But Donkey Kong, I'm getting close to you, brother. Getting close. Say again, Steven.
100 million at $20, right?
Yep. $2 billion bucks.
Let's do 100 million at $50, because if that's what it is right now,
it's not going to hang at $50 for 100 million shares. It's going to fall.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. It's not going to be static at 50 for 100 million shares. It's going to fall. So I'm just saying, worst case, let's say $20.
That's such a bad case. Yeah,
it's going to be a ramp down.
Now let's go over best case. So worst case is $20. Best case could be, what if it runs up pre-split and then the reverse split goes into effect, and say it's at, I don't know, $100. You know what I'm saying? Well, who knows? The point is, though, he can get more money from common shares than ape. That's the main point I think we're trying to make.
Ooh, Doc Beasy, I don't know if I can understand your question. Let's see what he says here.
The reverse split of AMC does nothing to ape. Is this correct, or are they also going to revert ape back to AMC?
All of your ape are going to convert to one AMC share.
Yep.
What the price will be once they convert, I can't tell you. I think it will be AMC plus ape or some derivative off of that.
That's what he said in that Twitter video. It's AMC plus ape. I'll send it to you. Is the conversion?
Oh,
and
no,
then
I've seen it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and then he said approximately 140 million float.
All right, let me find Ludwig's question. What the hell is the point of it all? Hang on, Ludwig.
What's that?
What the hell is the point of it all if Wall Street can continue to short us down after a conversion, especially after a 10-for-1 split? I mean, Ludwig, look, let's just talk about the reverse split for 1 second. After a reverse split, Ludwig, nothing changes. The cost to borrow will be the same. The short interest will be the same. It's just as easy for them to short us down from $5 to $2 as from 50 to 20. So I don't care, Ludwig, about the reverse split. What I do care about, what I am concerned about, is issuing additional shares.
Yep.
I can't tell you what's going to happen, but statistically, when there is dilution, the price will go down. But you got to look beyond that. Why are they diluting? What are they going to do with the money? When did they do the dilution, and what price did they capture for that dilution, Ludwig?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to get a press release after they dilute. It'll say AMC raised, like last year, it was 587 million in capital. Institutions will see that and they'll be like, oh, wow, AMC could do something good with it. And they'll go long on AMC, especially if it's during a squeeze, they'll pump it up, ideally.
Make no mistake, Ludwig, and for everybody listening, I'm telling you, everything hinges on perfect executive choices right now. If it's all a yes vote.
I think, Tony, it would all, like, for what they're trying to accomplish, it would have to all be yes across the board. Like, you can't, I don't think it works if you just do a reverse split but no dilution. You know,
but even if it's a yes, we're still relying on them to make perfect choices, like diluting immediately when the price is high.
Yes, they can't wait for it to come down, because then you get a COSM.
Right.
You get a COSM. I don't think they'll wait, Tony. I mean, they didn't wait when they diluted at $50.
They waited on Ape.
That's true. They did wait on Ape.
Well, I don't have a good answer for that. Anyone who asks, why did they wait 32 days for, dilution on Ape?
They diamond-handed it. They thought retail would care about it.
I think they did.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of.
I think they had bad prediction about what retail would do, and I don't think they'll make the same mistake twice. But guys, if they wait 30 or 60 days to dilute AMC, if all the votes are yes, then I will call them out. It was a fuck up. If AMC reverse splits to 50 and they wait for it and it starts dropping because people are selling or shorting or whatever, and they start diluting at 20, that is a fuck up, and I will call it out. We got screwed. I'm not paid by anybody. I will fucking call it out.
Yep.
But I am trusting them to be a little bit smarter the second time around.
Right. And I think they'll be more conservative too, because of the market conditions. Like they're not going to be aggressive. Like that would, if they waited too long, that's just being too bold, I think they'll raise capital as soon as they can, Tony. So if
Chapter 2
of the CEO handbook, dilute when you can.
Dilute after, right? If you have a reverse split and you have shares available, Chapter 2 says dilute right after that, immediately, like Cosmos.
Yep.
And many others that we've seen. Clark says, don't hedge funds lose 90%? No, Clark.
This 90% thing is confusing the hell out of people.
Why do people think that, Clark? Just do the fucking math on paper. Just like your position, dollar-wise, Clark, does not change because of a reverse split. A short's position in terms of dollars that they owe does not change, Clark. The amount of money that they owe does not change, and now they got to go buy shares on a lower float from people that are holding them precious. No, you have not helped them by 90%. That is fucking FUD nonsense. If you can draw me on math, if you could draw me on paper the math that shows me how shorts are improved by 90% and email it to me on paper, Clark, we can have a discussion. But do the math yourself on paper. The shorts position changes 0%.
Yep. I think that whole 90% thing is just confusing people.
It's 90%. Fucking FUD. Call it what it is, Steven.
FUD.
It's people that don't understand finance.
Yeah.
And people that don't understand math.
The reverse split does nothing.
It does nothing. It's a fugazi. Nothing changes with the reverse split. Not for you, not for shorts, not for synthetics, not for legal shares. Nothing fucking changes.
Nope. The only thing that changes is dilution. That changes everything.
If there is dilution after a reverse split, that gives them a little bit of leeway. And that's why I want to be sure and tell you that if there's dilution, there's going to be maybe a price rundown. But a reverse split does not mean shit.
No.
Anybody saying that, fuck them.
I think
They
people
don't
are
know what
afraid
the
of
fuck they're talking about.
Yeah, they're afraid of the reverse split, but they have no reason to, because like you were saying before, they're paying attention to stocks that are just non-revenue companies, or there's some kind of other problem with it. It's not the reverse split in and of itself. It's the company is not generating cash. So don't worry, guys, about the reverse split. You know, a lot of companies do it during these market conditions.
Clark, if you were short 100 million shares at $5 after a reverse split, you'll be short 10 million shares at $50. Your obligation to the lender has not fucking changed. And now you got to go get shares to cover your short when the float has been reduced by a factor of 10x.
That's right. And it might be harder in theory to acquire those shares if the float is smaller. Even
nothing changes for the shorts.
The obligation,
the float got lower.
The obligation never changed. However, it may be harder to acquire. Maybe. We don't know. Depends on the dilution, because if there's more shares getting flooded into the market, like 200 million, then it may be easier to acquire those shares.
That's why I don't want to discount there is a problem if there's dilution. There will be dilution. I'm not fucking hiding from it. There'll be dilution. Look, if the float is 150 million and they issue 150 million AMC,
that's a lot.
You just drop the short interest by 50%. Right, Steven?
Yep. And then your MOAS is essentially
you will kill the MOAS. We're not hiding from that.
Yeah, your run up, it turns into a run up at that point.
But if AMC issued 150 million shares and was able to sell them at 50, 40, 30, 20, $20 and improve the fundamentals, you just wreck the short thesis. So it's a tit for tat. You made the price worse by dilution, but you improved the fundamentals, which will improve the price. It's a unknown gamble. That is the volatility, the unknown that I love. Some people might hate that. I'm gonna fucking roll the dice and take the chance. But I don't know if I'll be right, guys. I don't know.
Tony, when the proxy statement comes out, we're gonna know exactly how many, if the vote is yes, how many common stock he'll be issuing, right? Like it would go into detail.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if it will say that. I don't know.
Yeah.
What I do know is that if he improves the fundamentals, it wrecks the short thesis. That's what I know.
I think it's the fear of having all that cash is what scares the shorts, because you can do so much things with it. Like I don't even think Adam Aaron has to pay off the debt to wreck the shorts. I think he can do it with just having the cash. That and the price rising fast enough is enough uncertainty for the shorts to get out.
If they know they can't bankrupt the company, they're gonna get out.
Right. Exactly. I mean, they still think the company's going to go bankrupt within 2 or 3 years.
I just want to be clear, guys. Like the price might go down if he says we did a shelf offering of 200 million shares. The price might go down. But if you understand why he's doing that and the money he's going to raise and what he's going to do with that money, and you can be patient for him to apply that money to pay off the debt at a discount of 30 or 40%, because these fucking bondholders want money because their bond values have been decreased and they need cash. If you can understand that he might pay off the debt at a 30, 40% discount, and what that might mean for the company, if you can understand that and be patient enough to stay in the play until it plays out, you might be fucking okay.
Yeah. That's my plan. I'm here for the long haul no matter what.
But if you needed a MOAS yesterday,
You're in trouble.
yeah, I can't promise you that. But I've never said the word fucking MOAS unless I'm joking on this channel, because I don't buy into bullshit.
I mean, I think most people figured it
I
out.
just like a good old fashioned short squeeze, Steven.
Yep. Nothing wrong with that. I look at it like percentage gained. I think that helps a lot. Because if you look at the share price only, you can
If I,
mess up your
Steven,
mind.
if I could double my money and I had to wait 3 years for it, I did better than Wall Street in any 5-year increment.
Right. That's right.
That's how I look at it.
But I have a feeling we're going to do more than double our money on this one. I believe that he's going to make the right decisions. That's what keeps me holding. I believe in the management. I believe that he knows what the deal is regarding raising capital and all the timing that we were talking about. That's important.
Let's fucking go.
I mean, Tuesday's going to be big. I think Tuesday we could see some weird shit happen. We just need that gamma, that create that gamma ramp. That now's the time. 600K contracts, that's big.
My life would be complete, Steven, if I could embarrass Charles Gasparino in a YouTube video. You know how many screenshots I've got of that dickhead? All of these people, guys, in the mainstream media, financial media, Twitter, they're fucking being paid. Make no mistake, they're being fucking paid to undermine your core belief.
That's the goal. That's the goal of shorting the stock. They want your long shares. That's the goal for cheap. They're not going to pay. They don't want to pay.
Make me so fucking mad. Stop answering Charles Gasparino. Don't give him any engagement.
Yeah, no. They want to buy your shit as cheap as possible. That's what the short seller is designed to do. So if there are people selling at $4, you're just playing into that. So we'll see. I mean, I think we have. My personal opinion is we've hit the bottom on APE and we've hit the bottom on AMC. I think that 380. What was it? 370 or something, and then 66 cents. I think that was a great buy signal. So,
but Donkey Kong says, "Who is this guy on with Tony?" Steven, tell us your channel again. Tell us your background.
My channel is Just Another Ape. I go by Super Steven too, though. I hang out from time to time.
Tell us your background. You're like, what's your job? Like, what do you know about stocks? What do you know about gambling?
So, I mean, I have a lot of experience in the sports betting industry, and that led me to a point where I understood markets and financial markets and how to manage risk. That's pretty much what I do, is I manage the risk of casinos versus retail, or otherwise known as just your average everyday gambler.
So basically, you're a market maker for sports gambling, right? Let's just call it what it is.
That's right. So my job is to protect the assets of the casino, and in doing so is to take money from retail, and that's pretty much what I do. So that I've interested in sports, and then I leverage some of that knowledge into stocks, because the way that the options chain works is essentially identical to how sports betting works.
I like Steven, or Just Another Ape, Super Steven. You can also check him out on what's your Red Lion Chess Academy.
Oh yeah, so I also am a professional chess player. For anyone in the chat that likes to play chess casually or seriously, I run tournaments from time to time, and I have my own website. It's called Red Lion Chess Academy, and if you guys are bored, just check it out.
I like Steven because he has a very good head on his shoulders about reasonable risk management in stocks and in plays. guys. I hope you go check him out on Just Another Ape. I know
Thank you.
he doesn't do a lot of videos, but if you're interested in playing chess or tournaments or learning about strategy, check out Red Lion Chess Academy.
Thank you,
Also,
Tony. I appreciate that.
even though I got beat in the first round of the recent tournament.
Don't worry, we're gonna have another tournament. You'll be back. I'll put you up against KC Shaw, and everybody will be into it.
That would be fun. That would be fun. Now that I understand the rules a little bit better.
Yeah, don't let your clock run out.
Steven, you don't know how crushing that was to my soul.
Was it really?
But it's only my fault. I mean,
It's okay.
I take all the blame on myself for not understanding the rules.
It's okay. I should have explained them better.
I don't blame anybody except myself.
Yeah, I don't want to run out of time. Don't run out of time. Brett says, so in other words, you can help me win when I gamble. You know, I can't tell you who's going to win, just like a stock. You know, you don't know if it's going to go up or down. But what I can see is order flow. So
if you guys like sports gambling, you need to
Yeah.
get in Steven's Discord.
Yeah. I can see like who the big players are. So like for the Super Bowl, for example, managing that risk, I can see, oh, someone put 25 million on the Patriots, or, you know, these big, massive buys. But at the end of the day, you know, just like with stocks, they're unpredictable. The only thing you can do is mitigate your own risk.
Justin says, Tony, I have one question. Why buy AMC recently and not Ape for arbitrage?
Hold on one second. I'm going to take a break for a second.
Yep. So, Justin, I bought AMC recently at $3.90. I have no idea, Justin, what's going to happen in the next couple of weeks between the two. I can't answer your question. I can only tell you what I am doing. The reason I bought AMC last week is because I've been buying Ape since August, and I have way more Ape at this point than I do AMC. So I'm okay on Ape. Am I tipsy, Yuka? Yes. I am officially tipsy. It's Saturday night. I'm at my own house. I'm a grown-ass man. I ain't got nothing to do in the morning. Who fucking cares? This is Saturday night, like, hangout. Who cares? I had a bottle of bourbon that I thought would last me a couple more days, and I'm already broke into the scotch. So we're just having fun at this point. This is not a stock chat. This is not serious anything. This is just like, you guys, look, I'm going to put the link in there one more time. This is just us hanging out, having fun, guys. I'm going to put the link in one more time. Let me copy. I knew that this was going to be a night of drinking. That's why I did not call it stock chat. I wanted to come here with you guys on a Saturday night, smoke a cigar, have a drink, or 3 or 5, and just hang out, because you guys have questions. You guys want to hang out. You want to be part of something. Tonight is nothing serious, all right? We're doing the best we can to answer questions, but just realize we've had a couple, 2 or 3 or 5 bourbon at this point. You want serious answers? Ask me in the daytime when I'm not had a single drink. I know people like to make fun of me for drinking. Look, guys, if it's nighttime, it's not fucking serious talk. You're dealing with a guy that's drinking bourbon or drinking scotch. We're just having fun. You want serious Tony? Come on the daytime live streams. I got shit to do tomorrow. I got shit to do on Monday. Let me have a drink in my own house on a Saturday night. They say, man that's drunk always tells the truth. Cheers, Ika Frita. Birdie Hunter, I see you. All right, let me add you in. Sorry.
No problem.
What's up, amigo? How long you been waiting? I didn't see you join in.
No, only a couple of minutes. No problem.
All right, guys. By the way, any of you guys are invited to join in tonight. We want to hear from you. This is just casual night. This is not serious talk. I'm going to put the link in one more time. Birdie Hunter, tell us where you're from, what's on your mind. How's your
I'm
weekend
Birdie
going?
Hunter. Some of you guys might know me from another YouTube channel, but I'm living in the Netherlands, invested in AMC since 2020. GME, HYMC. I love to follow you, Tony. I really enjoy your knowledge and all your conversations with the other guys on YouTube. So yeah, I'm a regular. Good evening to all of you. It is morning.
Good evening. What part of Netherlands are you in?
I'm living at the sea in the southwest, in the province called Zeeland, and I'm living about a mile from the beach.
I've been to Amsterdam 2 trips.
Okay.
And one of them was with a girlfriend at the time.
Cool.
I'm just going to share a quick story. We went to a park to sunbathe, and she was not very happy with me because half the girls at the park where we were sunbathing were topless.
That's the Netherlands. We are free over here.
The second trip, I'm just going to say I went by myself. That was a much better trip.
I can imagine. Cool.
Oh, man. Okay, Tony, I had a great night. Nice to see you, Ludwig, but I got to wind it in.
All right. Thank you for your thoughts and your conversation.
Thanks for the shout out too. Yeah, to wrap it up, I think we have an exciting week coming up. So we'll see how everything pans out.
All right. Cheers, amigo.
Have a good night, guys.
Good night.
So it's like what, like 7 o'clock in the morning over there?
No, it's almost 10 o'clock in the morning.
Holy shit.
I've had my coffee and yeah, it's just a pleasant Sunday morning. I've got the house for myself. Really cool. The wife is at the gym. So yeah, plenty of time to do some DD on the Sunday morning. Because I also believe we have an interesting couple of weeks ahead.
What's on your mind?
I am really waiting anxiously on a big move on the gold market.
Okay.
And this is why I'm currently highly invested in HYMC calls and a lot of shares. I expect some news from the Saudis that they want to disconnect or reconnect to a gold standard, disconnect from the petrodollar. And this will cause some changes. But I'm really, really long on HYMC. So the calls I bought are for January 2024. So I have plenty of time.
I like that play. I have some calls. Let me see. I forget what year I have. 3, 2.
But please do not feel like you need to be serious. It's your Saturday night and you're
No.
enjoying.
I'm just trying to check what call. I have some HYMC calls too for several years out.
Yeah.
Did you watch my videos on Highcroft, by the way?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Did they make you mad?
No. It's a thought, and yeah.
You're so polite.
Well, we are live on YouTube, so
You can speak the truth. It's okay. A lot of people got very angry that I was like realistic about Highcroft.
No, but you should be, and this is your DD, and this is your opinion about that, and yeah, I've got mine. I think a lot of people do not connect what's happening in the world to a gold mine necessarily, and I think there is quite some movement also from the BRIC countries. And my philosophy is really basic. If you have a gold mine that is producing quality gold and silver, if one of the countries decides to connect their currency to the gold standard, the demand for gold will rise, and therefore the price, and therefore the profitability of Highcroft mining. And when this will happen, I don't know, but I'm convinced it will.
I'm looking at my Highcroft calls. Okay, I have January 2025 calls.
Brilliant. Yeah, nice to have.
I'm up 21.5% on those.
Yeah, but the big bang is still to come.
Yeah, I'm not going to sell for 21.5%.
No.
So I'm long on Highcroft. I have shares and I have calls. I'm waiting on a retail FOMO run up on some good news.
Yeah.
Or the price of gold moving up, as you alluded to.
Yeah, and this will also help AMC, of course, because they do own a large chunk.
Maybe you agree with me, maybe you don't. I want to hear your thoughts. I think that Highcroft is a speculative investment because they really need to prove out their deposits and tell us what the new plan is. What do you think?
I think they are going to tell us when they start producing, and as soon as that happens, we're off. They only show us the samples nowadays, or so far. And as soon as they really start producing, and that news comes out, and the gold actually is on their own shelves, then we are off to the races.
I hope we're right, amigo. I hope we're right.
Same here. It is speculative. Of course it is.
I know a lot of people think it's like a slam dunk, and I just want to say it's not a slam dunk, guys. I have some Highcroft because I believe in the potential.
Yeah.
But I'm not going all in on Highcroft. I have a small position in it, and if it pays off, great. And if not, then I'm not going to lose any sleep. But if it pays off, I think it's going to pay off in like 4 or 5x from where we're buying in right now.
At least, yeah. Now, it's really nice to have this in your portfolio, but I'm definitely not going all in myself. No.
What else are you invested in? Or do you have AMC or other blue chips?
Yeah. I've got calls on AMC. I've got shares on AMC, calls on GME, shares of GME. I'm trading from the Netherlands, so I also have a portfolio with European shares. One of those is flow traders. Maybe that's interesting for you guys. Trading in the United States with access to the European markets. Flow traders is a company that is high-speed trading, and as soon as the market drops, they make a lot of money. And I've been trading them since, I started trading in 2019-ish. When Corona hit, I was invested in flow traders, and they made huge profits, and they have a really nice dividend. And I expect some volatility in the markets in the coming year. and therefore I expect them to do well again. And again, they have really nice dividends, and also their shares go up when the market drops. So that's a nice one to have in your portfolio too.
What challenges do you have being in the EU and like you're 6 hours ahead?
Yeah, 6 hours from New York.
All right. So what challenges do you have trading 6 hours ahead?
Well, are you familiar with the trading channel Bulldog Trading?
I am.
I was a host there about a year ago for half a year, and we connected the European markets to the United States markets. And I had a live presentation of what was going on in Europe after the Asian markets closed, what happened during our morning. And for instance, if the chip industry would go up, we could expect the same for the United States markets. And this is helpful. We do have a challenge that around my time, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, that is half an hour before Wall Street opens, you always on every day see which way Wall Street is going to open on the European exchanges. So your exchange opens at my time, 3 o'clock, then you see a sudden drop. German exchanges, Amsterdam, London, Paris, or a sudden rise. And you can trade that. We've been trading that in the pre-markets. And this is really helpful, especially because in Europe, you can also trade, during that time, we can trade our option trades. The US markets, you can only buy shares in the pre-market, but in Europe, you can, at that time, you can already start trading European options. So if you, for instance, if the airlines go up, if we see that, you buy some calls on KLM or KLM Air France or whatever. And you know what to prepare for when Wall Street opens.
The first thing I do when I wake up is check the Asian markets, and then I check the EU markets.
Yeah, Hong Kong is important, Shanghai is important, and then Frankfurt. Frankfurt is leading, but don't underestimate the Amsterdam Stock Exchange.
Are you long on tulips?
No, I'm not.
That's a joke.
No, but I do have some friends I met through internet from the United States, and they are coming over in April, and I'm picking them up from the airport, and I'm going to show them all the tulip fields because it's springtime, and of course this is really famous all over the globe. So I'm going to show them actually how the fields look like. Really cool. People from Alaska.
I want to give a quick shout out to Pam. Thank you for joining in, Pam. We love you.
Certainly, Pam the Trader. I follow her on YouTube too. She's got a small channel, but nice person. Hello,
hey,
Pam.
Birdie. You know, when I landed in Amsterdam and I got off the plane and I took a train to, I don't remember how far the airport is from the city, but I remember I took a train. As soon as I got off the train and we were like walking to our hotel, there was like some protest going on right in the middle of the city. Anyways, that was a non-event, but it was kind of interesting because you don't see, back in that day, you didn't see a whole lot of that in the US. There was all these people in black masks, and this was 20, 30 years ago.
Okay.
Anyways, my most memories of Amsterdam are, of course, the red light district, visiting the Anne Frank house, and I think I did a lot of canal tours, and maybe the smallest house in Amsterdam.
Yeah, the smallest house. You can see that from the water. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of good memories. And
do you remember, or do you realize that there's a huge connection between Amsterdam and Wall Street?
No, I don't. Tell me.
Well, for instance, the name Wall Street. That is actually
There used to be a wall, right?
yeah, but the Dutch created it. The
That
Dutch
was the
named
Dutch
that
on the
street.
other side of the wall?
No, it's the wall. It's the wall that keeps the water. Wall Street, Walstraat. And in the city center of Amsterdam, you've got Walstraat. It's the same.
I thought it
It
had
is-
to do with the slave trade or something.
No. This is just the canals. Wall Street. You create a wall to keep the water out, and this is it. But Wall Street is founded by the Dutch. The first exchange ever in the world where stocks were traded is in Amsterdam. And that's the VOC, the East Indian, how do you call that in English? The VOC, does that sound familiar? The trading between the Netherlands and the Far East that started somewhere around 1600. And that was the biggest company, and they needed
I was
money.
born a couple years after that, so I don't quite
okay.
remember it.
No, but this is the first company that needed money and went to the public and sold shares. And this is where the Amsterdam Stock Exchange started, and it was copied to other places like Wall Street. So that's the base.
Well, I hope, on our next trip to the Netherlands that I get to meet you.
Yeah, it would be fun. Of course. And let's hope it will be quick. Let's have a nice squeeze.
Let's hope it's
with these
sooner
things.
rather than later. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
We, Scarlett and I would love to do a world tour and meet all of you guys post celebration. Someone asked earlier in the chat, is there going to be a party in Las Vegas, or what are you going to do after the squeeze? Guys, I don't know. Like, I don't plan anything in advance like some other people do, but if there is a party, there will be several parties. Vegas, Austin, Texas,
I'm going
Europe.
to Florida.
We'll fucking do it all. It depends on how much money we make.
I've met so many nice people over the last couple of years through YouTube, and a lot of them, if you watch my picture, birdie hunter, I like to hunt birdies on a golf course.
Oh, you like golf?
Yeah,
Hey,
I like to play golf.
Have you ever been to Scotland and played golf?
No, I haven't, because the weather is so bad always. So I didn't do
When
that.
I went to Scotland, I saw the golf courses that looked like it looked like a field, like a unkempt field in Texas.
Yeah.
Like the grass was all high and there's like hills and shit. Like, how do y'all play golf on that? That's why we're so good.
Yeah.
Their
No,
golf
I'd
courses
rather
in
come to
Scotland
your
are
place.
completely different than the United States. I can tell you that.
Yeah, I bet it is.
Anyways, I love your country. I love Netherlands. I love Amsterdam. Had a good time there. Nothing bad to say about it at all.
Well, things are not that good at this moment, so I would definitely.
Why not?
Force.
Why are they not good?
We've got a funny government going on, and our energy prices are just through the roof because of taxation. That's the only reason, and it's just crazy.
What's
The
your
inflation is
what's your
so high.
taxation rate over there?
We've got a increase of 400% on energy from this 1st January, and it's all because of the Green Deal.
What's your average like on your income tax? What's the average?
The average is until a certain amount, you pay 33%, and then 40% and 50% from say 50K.
Do you get free health care with that?
No, out of that you are you no, that's really funny. Now your healthcare,
Because I'm
will
just
cost you-
comparing to Sweden,
Yeah, no, it's your healthcare. The base is mandatory. You have to arrange it yourself, but it is mandatory, and it will set you back 270 euros per month.
Oh man.
So we need a really big squeeze for all you guys to enjoy the Netherlands as you used to decades ago, because things have changed.
Captain Arma says Tony Gilmore is Happy Gilmore. Wait, how am I Happy Gilmore? I do not approach a golf ball like that. I'm just going to say.
Hey, Tony, I just clicked the link in the YouTube to see who was hanging out with you, but now I'm the only one talking to you, so I don't want to stand in someone else's way who want to.
No, I'm going to post the link again. You're not standing in. We can have 8 people here. You're fine.
Okay.
Hang out as long as you'd like. I'm going to post the link one more time. Pamela, if you want to join in and say hello. Javi, if you want to join in and say hello. Before I get so drunk that I can't stay online anymore, I'm going to post the link one more time.
This new Restream Studio, this actually works really well.
It's good for collab. Like I don't do Restream during the day, like if I'm live, but for like just having people on, it's a great tool.
Yeah.
It's one more thing. It's one more thing that costs me money, but it's worth having because it's good to have people, guests on.
Yeah.
Guys,
no,
if you got
to do it on Discord.
If you got a camera and you want to join in, feel free. Don't be shy. I want Captain Arma to tell me why am I Happy Gilmore? Good Lord, I'm getting drunk now. Where is Alex when we need you? Alex, you could beat Tony tonight. Clark says, I'll tell you what, the new Green Deal is about hurting blue collar workers. Oh man, Clark, that's too deep for me. All right, we got a new one, Birdie.
Okay.
Justin, welcome, amigo.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How are you doing? And are you drinking tonight, or are you gonna be the sober one?
I'm not drinking, but I am enjoying my my vape pen.
All right, we'll take that. What's on your mind?
Oh, just good to finally connect with you, man. I've been a long time viewer, and this is the first time I actually got to connect to a stream with you. So that's awesome.
Welcome.
Thank you. You look like you're ready to go. I love your style recently. You look like you're like a kingpin from down in Miami or something like that, with the cigar and the hat. I love the look, man.
Thank you. What's on your mind, my friend?
Just chilling, man.
Tell me where you're from.
I actually live up in Fort Worth. So
you're just like a stone's throw away.
I haven't been down to Austin yet. I've been wanting to come down. So hopefully when we get some good news here in the near future, maybe we could plan an event down nearby you and we could all come down and hang out.
Look, hey, I have a buddy that works up in Fort Worth, and there's some good country western dance clubs up in Fort Worth. We are going to plan a trip up there soon.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Please let us know. And wherever you're at, I'll come meet you and say hello.
What's on your mind?
Just surviving the storm, man. Just weathering the storm. I keep averaging down as much as I can, and just trying to stay strong and keep the play alive. Telling as many people as I can about it. I'm like an evangelist for the play.
How long? When did you get in the play?
Unfortunately, I got in at the worst time possible. I started buying in the 60s, and I bought heavy into the high 40s, and I got my cost average down now to like 34. But yeah, that's with over $500,000 invested, unfortunately.
So what are you thinking about the price right now?
I think the price.
Are you thinking like you should? Are you thinking you should buy a little more, or you're like overly invested at this point?
I'm putting almost half of every check into APE right now. So I'm putting somewhere between, I don't know, $3 to $6 grand a month into APE right now. I'm just continuing to do that until we get some good news.
Yeah, it's a tough call right now because, like, to me, right now seems like a good time to buy, but I hate to tell people that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I've been doing since the beginning of this year, the last couple of weeks? I've been buying AMC. I've not added a lot of APE. And the reason for me is that before APE even existed, we all knew, or yeah, we think we know that there were a lot of synthetic shares out there on AMC. That problem has not been solved. So if you want to reconnect APE to AMC, there's a problem on the AMC side, because there are way too many shares to connect APE back to, convert back to AMC. So my bet is on AMC at this moment, where a lot of people are running after APE. And that's a good thing too. I think both will end up going higher. But my long investments are on AMC.
I agree to an extent, but I also think that Adam Aaron, he can't raise any more money with APE sub $1 because it
doesn't make sense, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Institutions don't want to buy into it at that price. So he has no option but to fold it back into AMC sooner than he probably originally anticipated. And that's my thought process there. So that's the only way he can continue to raise money for the company.
Yeah.
And I think he's already got the vote locked up no matter what retail does. That's my personal opinion. I don't have it's very anecdotal. I don't have any proof of that, but I think the vote is already I think it's arbitrary what retail does at this point. I think retail is pretty much split 50-50 on it. And with that and what he already has locked up, whatever he has going on is going to happen.
Yeah, and do keep in mind that people in Europe are bound to not be able to vote again, as we were not able to vote on any other occasion.
Wow.
That's very curious to me. Like, why can nobody in the EU vote their shares? Why is that?
Well, the broker we do not get an invite from AMC, because some ruling is there that the broker dealer will vote for you. So I'm using the Giro in Europe.
You have an electoral college of voters for you.
Like, do you not get you don't get a proxy?
No, we don't. And if I wanted to vote on the other occasions, I needed to contact the Giro, my broker, and ask them to vote. And then I got a proxy from the Giro, and I had to pay a ridiculous amount to get my vote out. And I still didn't trust it. So it was no use for us to do it. And I've got a couple of friends that own 4x, 5x numbers of AMC for a couple of years. And we all decided it's not worth it. Because in the end, I do not trust my broker dealer to get my vote out the way I want to.
That is just amazing to me that, like, you guys are in the EU and you don't have any chance to vote.
Yeah, that's amazing. In fact, we cannot still not buy APE from European accounts. I use Interactive Brokers. I've got another account there, and I can buy my APE there and trade it. But from the EU, it is really difficult to buy APE. You only got your dividend, and you could sell it, but not buy it.
A lot of people were not able to buy APE when it went under $1 also. My dad has an account with Fidelity, and they were not allowing anyone to trade it or to buy it. He was not allowed to buy it under $1 when it was down to 66 cents.
Amazing, all the tricks they use.
Yeah.
That is fucked up.
I have TD Ameritrade, and they allowed me to continue to buy it all the way down to the lowest price, but other brokerages didn't.
Yeah. But I think the movement is still very, very much alive. When I speak to people who were invested in the June run-up, they are still in it. A lot of us took tendies at that moment, and we bought a lot more after the run-up when on the way down. And we keep buying. So any rumor
I have no doubt that retail owns the majority of the float.
No doubt in my mind. No.
Do you have an opinion, Tony, on if whether or not retail's vote will matter for the upcoming conversion?
I did the calculation, like Antara will at the maximum own about 18-19% of the vote. So whoever owns APE will decide to vote. That's really the factor.
Got it.
If you guys are still holding APE, you own the vote. It's going to be
that's got a chunk.
It's going to be 1 billion APE versus 500,000 AMC.
Shit.
You own the vote. If you sold your APE, you're fucked. You don't own. You don't have a say in shit. Fortunately for me, however I decide to vote, I own more APE than AMC.
Yeah, me too.
I think that most of the people that are pissed about all of this shit going on,
they sold their APE.
Sold their APE, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right.
I don't mean to hurt anybody's feelings, but I mean, you guys that watch me know, you know that I don't care about people's feelings. I don't mean to hurt your feelings, but I don't really care.
That's why we love you, Tony. You're the only guy I watch now.
That's why my wife loves me and hates me at the same time.
Yeah. I think it's a combination of the truth and the punishment. You know, I love both. So just tell me it's your responsibility to buy in at the right price. And I'm like, I know, Tony, I know. I did wrong.
That's really cool. I not often catch you live, Tony, but let me tell you what's happening. When I drive to work, I drive a lot for my work because I don't work in the same city. I always put on a YouTube, and you and Marcelino are really comfortable listening to while driving through the Netherlands. And a lot of my friends do the same. All of us who are invested in the meme stocks, we listen to you, to Marcel, Boss Blunts, of course. And you keep us up to date because we, especially when working, you don't have the time to do all the DD. I use the weekends for that. And during the week, while driving, you keep me up to date. And I really appreciate that.
Well, I appreciate that. And you know, between me and Marcel, you're getting very wide varying opinions on what's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
But somewhere in the middle, the truth will be found, right?
True.
I love Marcel, and Marcel knows I don't agree with him on everything, and he knows I don't agree with him on everything, and we're both cool with that.
Yeah, as it should be.
At the end of the day, we all have the end. We all have the same end goal. Yeah. That's really what's important, and that's why I love Marcel, because even if he knows I don't agree with him on everything, he knows we both have the same end goal.
Yeah. And that goal will be achieved.
I respect that.
At some point.
I respect that a lot.
What do you guys think after this crazy week on Bed Bath and Beyond? I always say that BBBY is sort of front running a move on AMC. If you look back over the last, well, say 1.5 years, a big move on BBBY is often followed by a big move on GME and AMC. So
I don't know. I think that we talked about it earlier. If you guys weren't tuning in, I think the BBBY thing is a little bit overdone at the moment. Retail is really excited about it. I get it. There was whatever. I think it's done for the moment, but if you can buy it again at 260, you might get a little pop.
Yeah.
I'm not in love with Bed Bath & Beyond. I don't like brick and mortar, inventory dependent stores. That's just my opinion.
Like GameStop?
Well, I mean, I don't want to go there, but yes.
And here's another item. Maybe you discussed it earlier when I was still asleep. But yesterday I came across a video of Wes Christian with the CEO of Genius Group.
Yep.
Did you see that video?
Yep. What about it?
It's interesting. I never noticed Genius Group. Of course, it's one of the stocks that is shorted heavily, but I never dug into it as a possible investment for myself. But I am.
All right. Let me tell you, Genius Group is increasing their gross revenue every single year.
Yeah.
But they are decreasing their earnings every single year. I had a discussion about Genius in my Discord today.
Okay.
It's not a great company.
Yeah.
Hey, Tony, when will we get the number? When will we start to understand better how well Avatar did, or is doing rather?
Avatar is exceeding all expectations. But going back to Genius Group, what I said was don't discount retail's willingness to run up that stock based on a Wes Christian announcement. But you don't want to hold that stock like based on they have anything meaningful good going on for them. It's a trash stock. They're being shorted for a reason. But retail could still run it up because they get excited about Wes Christian.
Yeah.
All right. That's just real talk, guys. Look at the financial statements for the last 3 years. There's nothing good going on with that stock. They're being targeted by shorts for a reason. It's because their financials are shit. I hate saying that. But that's what it is.
If that's the facts, then please do say it.
Look at the financials yourself. Like, tell me I'm wrong. They're going, revenues are increasing, earnings are decreasing. How can you argue against that? They need to change the situation. That's on them. You want to take a chance? Take a chance. It's not a type of company I want to invest in.
Is there any new blockbusters coming out that people are excited about in America?
Like what? Movies or companies?
Yeah, after Avatar.
Oh yeah, maybe I'll do a video about that. There's like 50 or 60 new movies coming out in 2023.
Okay.
I don't want to overpump the movie industry. Like, nobody knows. But there are a lot of good movies coming out in 2023. And wide releases, I forget the number, but it's like It's more than 2022.
Cool.
I think we'll be fine for this year. Unless there's a new COVID, this year will be great. I'm expecting about 9.5 billion for 2023 box office. 2024 back to 11 billion.
And does any one of you, we don't have an AMC in the Netherlands, but does any one of you visit AMC theaters regularly? And how are people spending? Are they buying that expensive popcorn?
Look at the financials, my friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what people fail to realize that you can't stream from home successfully if you're having like a first date night, right? And that's what movies, I think that's what movies thrive on, is not only people that want to get out of the house and go to the movies, but like you can't have a date night streaming on Netflix. I mean, you can, but that's not really like a first date kind of, you know what I mean? So like
there's been plenty of Netflix and chill nights.
Netflix and chill, but if it's a real date, you know, and then you're gonna have to buy the popcorn and the soda and everything because you don't want to look cheap. You don't want to be dragging in, you know, candy from the grocery store because you got your date with you. And yeah, so they're every time I've gone to the movies, I see the concession line is long and the theaters are packed.
It really depends on the movie. Like there's some movies that you want to see on the big screen.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And that really comes down to like, who are the diehard movie aficionados?
And I'm seeing AMC do so many in some of the bigger markets too. They have like the dine-in theaters, or where they're serving alcohol in the theaters now, or they're doing all kinds of different things. They have not only just IMAX now, but there's like 3 different types of upgrades you could do on almost every show and those add-ons are pure profit for AMC. So that I think they're definitely headed in the right direction.
I've never spent as much on concessions in my whole life as I have in the past year and a half.
Right.
And that includes like beer and extras but yeah, look, there's plenty of people that love movies on the big screen, guys. That's not going anywhere.
No.
The question is like, how quickly are people going to get past the whole COVID thing and go back to movies like they wanted to? There's people that want to see movies on the big screen. They're scared because of the government, because of the press, because of fears.
Yeah. And Hollywood's not going to go bankrupt. I mean, come on. People love the movies. People
love Hollywood. If you think Hollywood is going to go anywhere and like just go to streaming, you are fucked in the head.
Right. Right.
Cocaine Bear looks hilarious, Fear of God says. Who wants to see Cocaine Bear? I just want to see it based on the premise. Harold says, God bless you guys. Just saying hello. Harold, hello. Still enjoying the 49ers win Tuesday. Let's go Niners. Let's go Niners. All right, guys. I'm getting close to getting wiped out on bourbon and scotch. What time is it here? 3:30 in the morning. Holy fuck.
Pam says she went to a late night show at AMC. What'd you see, Pam?
Clark says, isn't it crazy how the guys in the live stream, Tony and them, can swear, but if we say something, this text, that's the Streamlabs bot, Pam. I'm sorry. Or Clark, sorry.
She said she had Heineken and popcorn at AMC earlier.
What movie did you go see, Pam? Paulo says, is he drunk? I think he's talking about you, Birdie.
I think so too.
Paulo, I've been sipping on bourbon and scotch since 5 hours ago, so I'm getting there. Yes, sir.
I'm gonna start an ape dating stream. Do it. I'll totally join.
I honestly did not realize it was 3:30 in the morning here in Texas. Holy shit.
I just clicked on your invite, Pam. Nice. Thank you. Pam sent me an invite.
Pam
for
says I'm
this
going to
clip.
start a ape dating stream. Pam, some of my guys in the Discord said I should start like a men's dating stream, like how to actually deal with women. And if you don't understand that, you don't understand where I'm coming from. Like, I don't fuck around.
Oh, remember Tom Likas? Did you ever listen to Tom Likas back in the day?
I don't know. I know the name, but I don't know anything about Tom Likas. Tell me.
Oh, so he was like this guy that people would call in young men. He catered to young men, and he would just give the most grotesque advice to guys, like just on how to get laid. Basically, his whole show was like how guys could get laid, and he would have these rules, and you couldn't spend more than $40 on a date. You couldn't call her back so many times. Like he had all these rules, and women would call in irate and just like rip into him.
You know what? I like those rules. Already what you said. You know how much I spent on dates?
Yeah.
0.
Scarlett pays for it.
I didn't expect her to pay for shit, but I didn't pay for her.
Oh, there you go.
Look, every single one of you guys, whatever you've been taught by society, you're fucking wrong. I'm just going to say that. That's where I'm coming from. So Tom Likas, I probably like him.
Yeah, you should look him up. I like paying personally. I like it. I'm a traditional guy.
No, fuck that. They're using you. They are using you.
We're all using each other.
No. If she don't like you for you, you don't got to pay for shit.
No, that's true. That's true.
Look, I'm pretty hardcore about dating. Maybe I should have a dating YouTube channel and teach people how to fucking man up.
Oh, Pam says she saw the Whale movie. I haven't heard about that one.
The only reason Scarlett likes me is because I don't take her fucking bullshit.
How's she doing, by the way? Has she recovered?
She's in a little pain today because I took her to the grocery store and she had to walk around. But I mean, she's doing better.
Good.
She's got weeks of healing still ahead.
Oh, she's on our prayers.
Broken collarbone. That's the main problem. But I mean,
Yeah.
she's young. She'll be fine.
Yeah.
Pam says, deal with women. Dating game with Pam. Pam doesn't sleep. I don't know, guys. Like, if I'm going to give you dating advice, it's going to be hardcore, like Andrew Tate type hardcore. You probably don't want to hear my bullshit. I don't fuck around. On one day, Scarlett hates me, but at the same time, she loves me because I'm a fucking man.
Well, let's put it to the test real quick, Tony, because I got I'm single and I'm talking to this girl and she's actually really hot. Okay. I really wanted to talk to her. We connected through a dating app.
All
and
right.
we started texting, and then all of a sudden she just stopped texting for like a day and a half. And
Never talk to her again.
No, I did. I called her out on it.
No. Never talk to her again. She stopped texting you. Fuck her.
Well, but that's not where it ended, though, right? Let me tell you where it's
all
at.
right. Tell me.
So I called her out on it. She basically apologized, told me that she prefers to connect in person and not get into all the texting and phone call stuff. I kind of called a little bit of BS on that, but I said, "Okay, fine. We'll play by your rules." So we're going out tomorrow. But we haven't. I don't know this chick really at all. We haven't really texted or talked on the phone that much. So I guess that's the way she wanted it. She says she wanted to connect in person, not on the phone.
All right. I'm all right with that.
Okay.
And then
we're going out tomorrow.
Don't pay for shit.
Okay. All right.
Look, if I met a girl out, I would tell her to buy me a drink. Are you going to buy me a drink? Why don't you buy me one?
Right.
Just upset the apple cart. Don't fucking buy into the whole social media bullshit. If I met a girl at a bar and she asked me to buy her a drink, I would say, why don't you buy me one? Oh, you're so rude. Well, fuck you then. I'm serious. I'm not fucking joking.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Do not play into what everyone expects. I'm not fucking joking when I say, like, the amount of money I spent on dates in the last 10 years is almost nothing. Granted, I've been like dating Scarlett for 7 of the past 10 years, but when I got divorced and I like realigned my life, no, everything changed.
Well, I don't have that problem in my life.
No girls on a pedestal. Sorry, girls. We love you. We still love you, but you're not on a pedestal and you are not a challenge. The man is the challenge, but men, you got to develop yourselves. You got to make yourselves worthy. Live your own life, have your own goals, do your own thing. Live your life. Do not let a girl distract you from your goals. Let her join you in your journey.
That's right. As you're conquering the world.
Yes.
Yeah.
You do not cater to a woman. She wants to join you on your journey or not. And if she doesn't want to join you on your journey, fuck off.
But Tony, you're missing one little thing though here. I got to interject.
I ain't missing shit.
I enjoy picking up the tab. She's not getting one over on me. I enjoy.
Well, you're getting played then. You're getting played.
But I'm not though. I'm my eyes are wide open.
Okay. I mean, that's your choice.
I get something. I get her company. I get, her gratitude.
You can buy a hooker for the same amount.
I wouldn't do that.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I hear you. It makes me feel masculine. It makes me feel masculine.
I had 5 girls a week and I didn't pay for shit.
No, I mean, more power to you, man.
Don't fall into that trap. You don't got to do that. I know you enjoy it. That's your fucked up mentality. And I'm not trying to be rude to you.
No, you're right. You're fine. You're fine.
Just to give you some comfort, Justin, I've been married for 20 years to the same lady, and I had the traditional approach, and it can work out that way. Be sure.
It worked out, or it did not work out?
Absolutely fine. It worked out absolutely.
Yeah, she's
fine.
at the gym working out, getting hotter while he's sitting at home on the couch.
Look, if you can find the right woman, like my wife is the right woman.
Right.
If you can, but 90% of them are not the right woman.
Not nowadays, especially.
No.
It's so messed up out there.
But I had an easy way to pick my lady.
What is that?
I was a flight attendant at KLM 25 years ago, and I was the only hetero straight guy in a Boeing 747 with a crew of 25 stewardesses.
Yeah.
And I did that for 2 years. So I had approximately 9,000 stewardesses to select the perfect one out of. And I did that.
Good man. You had a captive audience for sure.
So maybe it's not really fair to
I love
tell
that
you
story.
how I did it.
Birdie, I love that story.
You had a target-rich environment, is what you're saying.
Yes.
The only people you had to compete with was the pilots.
Yeah. And
the
stewardesses that go after the pilots are not the stewardesses that you
right.
want.
Fuck them.
Yeah. You got
well,
it.
It's like, guys, listen. It's like the lion. Look at nature. The lion doesn't go after the antelope that's running in the front of the pack. That's like the strong. The antelope waits for the one that kind of falls behind, that's weak, and he goes after that one, and he gets to eat every night. The young lion that's going after the front runner, he's not going to eat most nights.
Pam says, I like gentlemen and I just want someone I want to grow old with. Pam, you sound like a great catch.
Oh,
Yeah.
I like my wife because she was a very traditional Texan Southern gal.
Yep. That's what I'm looking for.
Like
And traditional men pick up the tab, Tony.
No. I don't know if you guys heard the story, but I like fought with her for about 2 years before we actually started dating.
No, I haven't heard that story.
The first time I met her, well, I saw her when I first started country western dancing. I saw her and 2 of her friends, and I was like, oh my God, these fucking chicks are so fucking hot. These country western dancers in Texas. It was, who was she with? She was with a brunette and some other chick. I forget who, but I saw the three of them. We were on a pre-planned bus ride to a concert. And I was like, I really, really need to get better at country western dancing. And I was so scared to talk to her that night. And I was on a date with someone else on that bus trip. But I still saw Scarlett and I was like, good Lord. And time went by and I ended up breaking up with the girl I was with. And I would meet her out at the club just like randomly. I have a social circle of 100 people or more country western dancers. And so we all know each other, and I would run into her and we would occasionally dance, but I thought she was so stuck up that I was like, no way I'm going to talk to this chick. And then finally, after a year, I asked her out on a date and we met at another concert. And she was at that concert with a couple of other guys that had bought her ticket. And I was like, fuck that. Fuck that. And then more time went by. Like, I didn't realize in all this time she was going through a breakup with a boyfriend. And she was not wanting to date anybody. And then there was a New Year's about 7 years ago where she was with 2 girlfriends and we were all at the country western bar and they invited me to go to an after party, the 3 girls. And I was like, all right, I'll go. And we all started talking and then we all started hanging out. And of course I just wanted her. And we all became like this. And then, Scarlett and I became closer and closer friends and started talking more. But that was like a year or 2 of all of that thing transpiring where I liked her, I didn't like her, fuck her, If she's not giving you indicators of interest, then don't waste your time, guys. But finally, it started all coming around and her friends started saying, oh, she likes you. So we started getting a little more serious. And then it all just kind of fell in place after that. But it was a long prologue.
I think that what you had working for you though was that social club that you belonged to and how you got to see her several times. I think the most difficult thing for any man is when you see like a woman that you really want to talk to, but you're in a situation where like she's working, she's at a job or something, or she's in in a store and she's busy and you just miss that opportunity. But when you had that several opportunities to talk to her, see her, over time, it worked out for you, right?
I'm sure
you just had 2 minutes.
I'm sure it didn't hurt in that 2 years that she always saw me with another female.
Sure. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, ask her.
I don't need to ask her at this
point. She can put the cards on the table now.
I don't need to ask her. I know.
Yeah.
I know how it works now, guys.
Yeah.
If you want to be sought out by a woman, you need to be sought out by other women.
Right.
That's just like the long and
Just like
short of
it's
it.
easier to get a job when you already have a job than when
Exactly.
you're unemployed.
I was never short a girlfriend. Let's put it that way.
Well, I'm going to call it a night, gentlemen. I appreciate you letting me on the stream, Tony.
Thank you.
Nice
Maybe one
talking to
day,
you,
maybe one
Justin.
day we'll start up the dating channel for men. Like I got decades of experience to share,
I'd love it.
mistakes, and like revelations. Like there was a point in my life after I got divorced where things changed, and I realized the way to play the game. But that's the story for another day. Story
Look
for
up
another channel.
Look up like maybe I don't know. Maybe YouTube has like the best of Tom Likas or something like that. I don't know. Like try to see if you could do a search for it.
I'll
'Cause
check him out.
You'll get a kick out of some of his old stuff. What he used to tell men in dating advice.
I'm just gonna say for the men that are listening, do not put anybody on a pedestal and have your own goals, have your own mission.
That's right.
If you have your own mission and you can find somebody that wants to buy into that, that's a keeper.
Yep. 100%.
Absolutely.
Don't live your life for somebody else. Live it for yourself.
Amen, brother.
Yeah.
All right, you guys have a good night or a good day to you, Birdie.
Thank you, Justin.
Take care,
Sleep
Justin.
well. Tony, I'm going to make myself some late breakfast, so I'm going to disconnect too. Thank you for having me on.
All right,
Nice to
I should
chat
probably
with you.
call it a night too. Let me see if there's anybody in the chat that has questions. Thank you.
Okay, see you later. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Clark says, I can't even imagine dating in this day and age. It would be like going in a snake pit. Amen, brother. Pam says, I don't like stuck up. Nobody does, Pam, on either side. Don't be stuck up, guys. Just be yourself. Clark says, my wife, Julie, is the best. Clark, I hope to meet you and your wife someday. Clark, what state do you guys live in? Julie is loyal, trusting, loves me unconditionally. That is, yes, that is what you want. I can say without hesitation, Clark, Scarlett is the same way. We often have debates. Which one loves each other one more? Which one loves the other more? You know what I'm talking about, Clark. Pam says, let's do it. Dating live stream. I'll go live with you. All right, Pam. Not on this channel, but maybe we'll start a new one. There's just like so much misinformation I want to share with men. Like I've trained my sons not to fall prey to the Hollywood portrayal of how men should act. That is the opposite, guys, of how you should act. Be yourself. Have your own goals. Find someone that will join you on the journey. That's really the bottom line. Philip says, always remember that it's not what you have in common that will keep you together. It's what you can't stand about each other will keep you apart. Amen. I always tell her, you know, when we get in little arguments, those are meaningless to me. Because if it's really true love, Philip, the little arguments are meaningless. Good night, Pam. Thank you. Clark, where are you guys at? What part of the country? Fear of God says that's exactly what I'm doing with my son. I hope he listens. I hope mine listen too. Look, I don't hide anything from my kids. My son's in college, and I am straight up with him, Philip, or fear of God. And to his credit, as a sophomore in college, he has no girlfriend. Doesn't mean he doesn't date, but he knows his mission is to graduate with good grades and avoid women in a relationship, in a serious relationship, until after college. If he can stick with that, I think I've done a good job. Sammy boy, what's up? Is Silvery dead? Doc Breezy says. You mean silver or silvery? Love is a gift, Pam. Yes. Hollywood Nights by Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band. Guys, I hope all of you find your dream companion. But I'm just going to say, look, as we close out the night, I know we're getting off from Stock Talk, but this is not a Stock Talk night. This is just a hangout. If you're compromising yourself, you're in the wrong relationship. That's hard. That is harsh, right? Scarlett has a friend. I hope she's not listening tonight. But Scarlett has a friend that comes over here every 3 nights saying, I'm done with him. He's the worst boyfriend ever. I'm going to delete him from my phone and never talk to him again. And then like the next night, I'm going to go back to his house. I don't care if you're a man or a female. If that is the status of your relationship, grow the fuck up. Grow a spine. You are not in a healthy relationship. And know your worth and wait for the right person. There's billions of people on this planet. There will be another one. I'm not joking. I had a list of characteristics that I'm looking for in someone that I was going to be in a relationship with. It was probably about 40 characteristics. And I hung it up in my bedroom. This is not a joke. And girls would come over and they'd spend the night and they would see that list and they're like, I can't live up to this. I was like, well, I guess you answered the question. You're the Tuesday night girl, but you ain't going to be in a relationship. Write yourself a list. What are you looking for? Does Scarlett tick every box on that list? No, but she ticks a majority. Like, the list does not have to be perfect. No one's going to be perfect for you guys. Ladies and gentlemen, no one's going to be perfect. But write yourself a list and know what you're looking for and don't fucking compromise. Look, she doesn't like her steaks medium rare. I can forgive her for that. But the main things that I'm looking for, she ticks all the boxes. Write yourself a fucking list and put it on your bedroom wall. I dare you. Let them see it and let them invalidate themselves. Then you'll know that's your Tuesday chick or your Tuesday dude. That's not a relationship partner. Pam, always care for yourself first. That is the most important thing. You are the only thing that matters. You will find the right person. Sammy says, my friend is a cuck. His friend is polygamous. His friend is polygamous. Pam, make sure you add a man who can cook on your list. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have gone way longer than I thought we would tonight. I'm going to go 2 more minutes. You got 2 minutes to ask questions, anything you want. I've not had a bathroom break since 10:30. We're 5 hours into this, and I'm like 20 shots into the night. Clark says, I like my religion and my politics. And to me, I like my politics and my religion shot to me straight, just like everything else. You know, Clark, I'm going to tell you a funny story. The thing that I love about my wife is she has very conservative values like I do. But when I take her to vote, she's like, we're Republican, right? We're Republican, right? That's how much she cares about politics. But I know value-wise, she is aligned with me, Clark. I don't care what your politics, guys. Look, I live in Austin, Texas. Half my friends are liberal. I don't care. But we vote conservative, and the fact that she is aligned with my beliefs has made this relationship a lot easier. I've dated liberal chicks. Doesn't go well. Nothing against them. We cannot talk politics. One minute to get any last questions in. Doc Breezy says, I'm an RN. I know what it's like to care for people even too much sometimes. Amen, brother. You and my wife would get along. Just, you know, she's the emotional one in this relationship. As you guys know, I'm the unemotional one. She hates that about me, but she also respects it. Captain Arma, good night to you. Thank you for staying with us all night. Prometheus, thank you. Pam, thank you. Javi, thank you, everybody. Every single one of you. I love you guys. As I always like to close with, remember, people are going to have different opinions, guys, on Adam Aaron, on AMC, on everything. Just try and be good to one another. We're all allowed to speak our mind. We can have different opinions. Be adult about it. There's no reason to attack anyone. Attack the DD. That's what I do. Don't attack the person. All of your opinions are valid. Everybody has the right to their own opinion and voice. Vote. I'm not going to hate you if you don't agree with me. If you're evil, if you're trolling, if you're insulting, you're going to be blocked. But if you disagree with me, I don't care. Let's have a discussion. We will see you on the next one. I'm going to go try and get 5 hours sleep. Hopefully I don't wake up at 5 in the morning. It's 3:30 now. Maybe tomorrow at least I can sleep till 10 a.m. Thoughts on BKKT? I like it as a long-term play. That's what I'm going to say right now. If crypto comes back. All right, guys. Hopefully, let's see. Tomorrow's Sunday. Markets close on Monday. Mass and I will have a live stream coming up with you guys. Maybe tomorrow, probably on Monday, though, because it's a 3-day weekend. So I'll be around. Hit me up on Twitter, Discord, wherever, and look for some upcoming live streams over the weekend. Thank you for hanging out tonight. It's been fun. Thanks for indulging me in a non-stock hangout night. Just wanted to give you guys the opportunity to come on, voice your opinions. Thank you to everybody that came on tonight. For those of you that were shy, there'll be another one of those nights. Don't be shy. And we will see you on the next one. Peace out.